Chapter 1931. Interesting. Gu Fei was intercepted by the 9 blood shadows. These 9 blood shadows were emitting life energy waves, as if they were living things, clones formed from one's own blood essence. Very quickly, Gu Fei saw through the mysteries within. These 9 blood shadows must have been formed by the Wutian sect leader using a secret technique, regardless of the cost of his yuan qi. What surprised Gu Fei was that these 9 blood shadows seemed to have similar strength to the Wutian sect leader. What kind of secret technique could have such power? One had to know that in a decisive battle, suddenly having 9 helpers of similar strength was more than enough to sweep away the opponent. Swoosh! At this moment, the 9 blood shadows moved. Under the sunlight, these blood shadows were faint and illusory. They did not have a physical body. The 9 blood silhouettes instantly surrounded Gu Fei, forming a combined attack. The energy fluctuations emanating from the 9 blood silhouettes soared. This is Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The position of the 9 blood shadows was somewhat unusual. The 9 forces formed a line, multiplying the strength of the 9 blood shadows. It seemed that the Wutian sect was proficient in a joint attack technique. Although Gu Fei was fearless, he had to admit that this joint attack technique was indeed extraordinary. After the 9 blood shadows formed a line, they seemed to be able to fight him. The battle was incomparably intense. The combined attack of the 9 blood shadows was very powerful. Even Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. However, in the end, he still managed to break through the combined attack of the 9 blood shadows and annihilate them. Gu Fei was blocked by the 9 blood shadows for a long time. The Wutian sect leader had already escaped far away, out of the range of Gu Fei's divine will. However, he knew where the Wutian sect was. He headed straight for the ancestral court of the Wutian sect. The monk could run, but the temple could not. Gu Fei went straight to the door. Soon, a city appeared in Gu Fei's line of sight. The city was surrounded by a boundless plain. This was the Wutian sect's territory. The Wutian sect's territory was a plain with 10 cities standing on it. The population of the cities was not small, but the area outside the cities was sparsely populated. Gu Fei was fearless. He directly entered the territory of the Wutian sect and walked towards the city. Halt! Just as Gu Fei was about to approach the city, a loud shout came from the city tower. Gu Fei didn't stop. He raised his hand and slapped the tower. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the tower was directly blown apart by Gu Fei's palm. None of the people inside were spared, and all of them died in an instant. Dang! 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 A rapid bell rang in the city. This was the alarm bell. When the Wutian sect's disciples heard the bell, they immediately dropped everything and rushed out of the city. The sudden change did not cause chaos in the city. Groups of Wutian sect's disciples rushed up the city walls without a trace of panic. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod at this scene. The city lord of the city had managed the city well. These Wutian sect's disciples were well trained. Taoist friend, I apologize for not going out to meet you. An old voice rang out from within the city. Then an old Taoist walked out from within the city, hand over the Wutian sect leader. Gu Fei looked at the old Taoist and only said one sentence, "My sect leader." The old Taoist was shocked when he heard this. He immediately thought of something. This is bad. No matter how well cultivated the old Taoist was, he couldn't help but change his expression. Everyone knew that the Wutian sect leader had gathered the 18 great experts of the Wutian sect to avenge young Master Wutian. It seemed that not only did they fail to avenge young Master Wutian, but they had also come knocking on their door. Although the Heavenless sect's 10-sided destruction formation is powerful, it will collapse on its own if I destroy one of the cities. Gu Fei looked at the old Taoist and said indifferently, "The 10-directional destruction formation laid by the Wutian sect's founding ancestor, could indeed kill a sage-level existence. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was not difficult to destroy the formation. As long as one of the 10 cities was destroyed, the 10-directional destruction formation would not be able to gather the power of the 10-directional destruction formation. The old Taoist, was shocked again. Not many people knew about the secret of the 10-directional destruction formation. He was one of them. Most people thought that the Wu-Tian sect relied on their sacred weapon, but no one knew that the Wu-Tian sect had a super formation. However, what the old Taoist didn't know was that when Gu Fei killed young Master Wu-Tian, he had already read a part of young Master Wu-Tian's memory. The Wu-Tian sect leader doted on young Master Wu-Tian too much and told him most of the Wu-Tian sect secrets. The Wu-Tian sect leader is not here. The old Taoist finally understood why the other party attacked without any hesitation. The other party had the power to destroy a city. The Wu-Tian sect was divided into a few factions. The old Taoist was obviously not on the same side as the Wu-Tian sect leader. He would not risk his life against Gu Fei for the Wu-Tian sect leader. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and disappeared on the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a pavilion in the city suddenly collapsed. What? The old Taoist was shocked. The pavilion was the core of the formation in the city. Once it collapsed, the formation runes would be damaged. This was equivalent to destroying the 10-directional destruction formation. It was impossible for Gu Fei to enter the range of the 10-directional destruction formation. One must know that it was a super formation that could kill a sage. Now that Gu Fei had destroyed a city, the 10-directional destruction formation could no longer be activated. How did he know? The old Taoist was dumbfounded. The formation runes in the city were destroyed and the 10-directional destruction formation could no longer be activated. This was not a small matter. If someone came to attack the Wu-Tian sect, it would be disastrous. Gu Fei left immediately after destroying the formation runes in the city. The Wu-Tian sect leader was not within a 10,000 li radius. Gu Fei could not sense the Wu-Tian sect leader's qi at all. In other words, the Wu-Tian sect leader was hiding somewhere. Let's go to the Wu-Tian city to take a look. Gu Fei did not hesitate and headed in the direction of the Wu-Tian city. With his 8 steps extreme speed, he soon arrived near the Wu-Tian city. He's here. Gu Fei stopped outside the Wu-Tian city. He could sense the Wu-Tian sect leader's qi. At this moment, the entire Wu-Tian city was extremely quiet. However, Gu Fei could sense a large number of life auras in the city. There were many people in the Wu-Tian city, but it was so quiet. This was very unusual. Chapter 1932. Under the sunlight, the ancient city in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a transparent layer of water, giving off a surreal feeling. This heavenless city is indeed not simple. Gu Fei stood in the sky and looked at the ancient city in front of him. He knew that the Wu-Tian sect leader must have escaped back to Heavenless City and wanted to use the 10-directional annihilation formation to kill him. Unfortunately, if Gu Fei had not read a small part of Wu-Tian's memory, he might have been trapped in the 10-directional annihilation formation. However, now that he had destroyed one of the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation, the formation could no longer be activated. Even if it could be activated, its power would be greatly reduced. Haha, it's time for you to die. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from Heavenless City. The person who spoke was the Wu-Tian sect leader, who had been chased by Gu Fei for 500,000 miles and had luckily escaped. You still dare to come out? Gu Fei's tone was still incomparably calm. This guy thought that he could kill me with the 10-directional annihilation formation. He probably did not know that one of the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation had already been destroyed by me. As long as it was a formation, there would be a formation eye. Those who were skilled in formations would hide the formation eye so that outsiders would not be able to find it. However, for a super formation like the 10-directional annihilation that could cover an area of 100,000 li, it was very difficult to hide the formation eye. Even if a sage-level existence laid out such a super formation, it would still be very difficult to hide the formation eyes. The founder of the Wu-Tian sect had thought of a way to hide the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation. No one would have thought that the 9 cities were the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation, if not for the fact that Gu Fei had read Wu-Tian's memory. Even he would not have thought that the formation eyes of the 10-directional annihilation formation were those 9 cities. Everyone, remember, this is the person who killed your future sect leader. This person is a great enemy of the Wu-Tian sect. Everyone in the Wu-Tian sect can kill him. The Wu-Tian sect leader's voice rang out again. Humph! Do you want to bury the entire Skyless sect? Gu Fei stood in the void with a calm look on his face. He did not put the other party in his eyes at all. The sect leader of the Wu-Tian sect was only a half-saint. How strong could such a force be? Could it be that the end of the Kunlun ancient road was the Buzhou ancestral star? It seemed like he could only stop at Buzhou ancestral star. It should be noted that Buzhou ancestral star was the same size as the soaring dragon ancestral star. It was impractical to look for a teleportation portal on such a huge star. Sect leader, this is a personal grudge between you and this man. How can you involve the entire Skyless sect? In Heavenless City, there were different voices. That's right, the Skyless sect doesn't belong to you alone. Someone agreed. The majority of the Heavenless sect's members couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. There were actually people in the sect who were going against the sect master. Could it be that these people dared to disobey the sect master's orders? Not obeying the orders of the sect master was an act of apostasy. Elder Wu, Protector Ming, what is the meaning of this? On the walls of Heavenless City, the sect leader's expression turned ugly. He was shocked and furious that someone dared to drag him down at this time. Don't you understand what we mean? Your son caused a disaster, but the entire Skyless sect has to suffer. What kind of logic is this? A black-clothed, middle-aged man stood up and spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His words made most of the members of the church nod their heads in secret. Who didn't know about young Master Wu-Tian's actions? Young Master Wu-Tian had run amok in the Skyless sect's territory. Most of the members of the Skyless sect were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything because young Master Wu-Tian had a sect master as his father. Now that young Master Wu-Tian was dead, some of the Wu-Tian sect members were secretly celebrating. Now that they heard that the enemy outside the city was caused by young Master Wu-Tian, the morale of the Wu-Tian sect's members immediately plummeted. These people are putting on an act. The Skyless sect is having internal strife. Gu Fei didn't rush to make a move. He only watched the scene with interest. Whether the Skyless sect was having internal strife or not had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to kill the Skyless sect leader. Since he had already done so, he had to kill the Skyless sect leader. This was his style of doing things. Of course, if someone tried to stop him, he could only kill that person first. You are all rebelling. The Skyless sect leader was furious. These people actually rebelling at this time was not a good thing. Because of young Master Wu-Tian, the Skyless sect leader's prestige in the Skyless sect was not high. There were also a few factions in the Skyless sect. Elder Wu and Protector Ming belonged to one of the other factions in the Skyless sect. We are not rebelling, we are saving the Skyless sect. A long-bearded old man walked out. This old man was Protector Ming. Very well. As long as you hand over the Skyless sect leader's head, I will turn around and leave. At this moment, Gu Fei spoke. He was fanning the flames. He wanted to borrow the power of the Skyless sect to kill the Skyless sect leader. This was indeed a good idea. Elder Wu, Protector Ming, you. At this moment, the Skyless sect members in the Skyless city did not know what to do. Elder Wu and Protector Ming stood together. The Wu-Tian sect leader was shocked. Elder Wu and Protector Ming were the core members of the Wu-Tian sect. Even though their cultivation was not as high as his, it was not far off. If you want to touch the skyless sect leader, you will have to ask my fists first. At this moment, a cold snort was heard from another direction of the skyless city. Then, a tall man with a valiant aura walked out. This was a big man with muscles all over his body. The muscles on his body stretched out his clothes, giving people a feeling that he was full of strength. Mighty Lion King. This burly man had long golden hair, like a lion with golden fur. He was an expert of the heavenless sect called the Herculean Lion King. Lion King, you have come at the right time. The skyless sect leader was overjoyed when he saw the person who had come. This mighty Lion King was his right-hand man with a powerful cultivation. Lion King, the skyless sect is now at a critical juncture. For the sake of the bigger picture, you should not protect the skyless sect leader. Elder Wu took a step forward and said to the golden-haired Lion King righteously, "Don't give me that. The guy outside can threaten the entire skyless sect. Do you think I should believe him?" The mighty Lion King glanced at Gu Fei outside the city and said disdainfully, "This." Elder Wu and Protector Ming looked at each other and did not say anything. I will go out and take this guy's head and kick it like a ball. Chapter 1933. The mighty Lion King rushed out of the heavenless city, intending to kill Gu Fei outside the city. Roar! The Herculean Lion King roared furiously, and his golden hair immediately danced in the air. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Gu Fei sneered. Although this person was powerful, wanting to kill him was no different from a lunatic's ravings. It was an impossible feat. Swoosh. At this moment, the man had already made his move. A huge hand appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei, who was standing in the void. In the heavenless city, all the followers of the heavenless sect were watching this scene nervously. Many people knew about the mighty Lion King's cultivation and battle prowess. He was an existence that was even stronger than the 18 almighties of the heavenless sect. Even Elder Wu and Protector Ming did not dare to underestimate him. Bam! Without dodging, Gu Fei threw a punch. The powerful force shook the sky and the void. On his fist, primal chaos, Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Uft! The mighty Lion King's claw that was grabbing at Gu Fei immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. The mighty Lion King was in disbelief. Roar! The mighty Lion King endured the pain in his right hand and roared as he retreated quickly. He wanted to retreat into the heavenless city. It was at this moment that he realized how terrifying Gu Fei was. However, the mighty Lion King's fate was already decided the moment he rushed out of the heavenless city. He only felt something tighten around his calf. He had already been caught by someone. This was no small matter. The other party's speed was simply too fast. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the mighty Lion King's right leg. His leg bone was actually crushed by his opponent. He was both shocked and furious. Sect leader, save me. The mighty Lion King was truly afraid. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. He could not even withstand a single blow from his opponent. Do you think he will come out to save you? Gu Fei's words were incomparably calm. He did not kill the Herculean Lion King. He only caused the Herculean Lion King to lose its ability to resist. His right hand grabbed the Herculean Lion King's right calf, but half of the Herculean Lion King's bones were already shattered. This move was the unique skill that Gu Fei had learned from the Golden Essence corpse ape. His right hand, which was grabbing the Herculean Lion King, emitted a strange fluctuation, which shattered the bones on the right side of the Herculean Lion King's body. Sect leader! The mighty Lion King looked at the Wu-Tian sect leader on the city wall with a complicated expression. He was the most loyal member of the Wu-Tian sect leader, but now he was in a desperate situation in front of the Wu-Tian sect leader. All the heavenless sect's followers in the city were watching this scene. Save me. The arrogant Herculean Lion King had no choice but to beg the Wu-Tian sect leader to save him. Such a huge contrast was hard to adapt to. To save or not to save? At this moment, the Wu-Tian sect leader's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. Gu Fei's move was very ruthless, and he was in a dilemma. If the Wu-Tian sect leader went out to save the Herculean Lion King, he would be in danger of being killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, if he didn't save the Herculean Lion King, the followers of the Wu-Tian city would no longer support him, be killed, or be deserted by his followers. The Wu-Tian sect leader was in a dilemma. He couldn't sacrifice himself for the Herculean Lion King. Compared to his own life, nothing was more important. As long as he was alive, there was hope. If he died, everything would be over. Herculean Lion King, I can't die. The Wu-Tian sect can't be without a leader. I will avenge you. In the end, the Wu-Tian sect leader said these words in a righteous manner. However, the Herculean Lion King's heart turned cold when he heard the Wu-Tian sect leader's words. His loyalty had actually been exchanged for such a sentence. The other followers of the Wu-Tian sect in the Wu-Tian city were also disappointed. Sect leader, are you going to watch the Herculean Lion King get killed and do nothing? That elder Wu shouted sternly. You, the Wu-Tian sect leader, was shocked and angry at Elder Wu's words. He knew that after he made this decision, the followers of the Wu-Tian city would be disappointed, but he had no choice. How could he die for the Herculean Lion King? The Wu-Tian sect leader knew that once he left the Wu-Tian city, the Herculean Lion King would immediately attack him. The Wu-Tian sect leader is just a hypocrite. I, Gu Fei, have learned a thing or two from you today. Gu Fei smiled and threw the Herculean Lion King into the Wu-Tian city. He didn't kill the Herculean Lion King, but his action surprised everyone. In fact, Gu Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to cause internal strife in the Wu-Tian sect. What a hypocrite! He's not worthy of my loyalty. An angry roar rang out from Heavenly City and spread throughout the city in an instant. The Herculean Lion King did not suffer any serious injuries. Physical injuries were nothing to an existence of this level. Gu Fei's goal had been achieved. You are no longer fit to be our sect leader. Someone shouted. At this moment, Wu-Tian sect's leader was trembling with anger. He never thought that Gu Fei would do such a thing. At this moment, he really lost the support of the Wu-Tian sect's members. Furthermore, young Master Wu-Tian had been running amok in the Wu-Tian sect's territory. At this time, all the dissatisfaction towards young Master Wu-Tian had exploded. It was the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. Many people vented their anger on the Wu-Tian sect leader because of their hatred for young Master Wu-Tian. Usually, the Wu-Tian sect leader was high and mighty, and no one dared to show any dissatisfaction. However, it was different now. Hence, the followers of the Wu-Tian sect could finally vent their anger. We won't risk our lives for him anymore. Kill him and send his head out. Many people shouted. Elder Wu and Protector Ming glanced at each other and rushed towards the Wu-Tian sect leader. They were about to make a move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate the Wu-Tian sect leader. If they missed this chance, it would be very difficult to pull the Wu-Tian sect leader down from his position. At this time, Gu Fei just looked at this scene coldly. Sometimes, it wasn't necessary to kill the enemy himself. A great battle broke out, and the Wu-Tian sect leader made the first move. This was a battle between half-step saints. Elder Wu and Protector Ming were both half-step saints. Chapter 1934. A battle between half-step saints broke out in Wu-Tian City, stunning all the Wu-Tian sect members in the city. The members on the city walls quickly retreated. One should know that once a half-step saint went all out, it would be very terrifying. You guys are really rebelling. The Wu-Tian sect leader was both shocked and angry. There was still a great enemy outside the city, and such a thing happened in the city. He felt like he was being abandoned by his own people. So be it. We don't need a sect leader like you. Elder Wu and Protector Ming used their full strength to attack the Wu-Tian sect leader. The void was shattered, and rays of divine light swept across everything. Since they had already taken action, there was no turning back. Either the Wu-Tian sect leader would die, or they would die. The reason why they dared to rebel against the Wu-Tian sect leader was because they knew that the sacred weapon of the Wu-Tian sect had been destroyed. This sacred weapon had always been used by the Wu-Tian sect leader. When he took over the Wu-Tian sect, he had always carried the sacred weapon with him. If the sacred weapon had not been destroyed, Protector Ming and Elder Wu would not have dared to rebel against the Wu-Tian sect leader, even if they were 10 times more courageous. With the fall of the 18 Almighties loyal to the Wu-Tian sect leader, the Herculean Lion King was disheartened, and the Wu-Tian sect leader's power had been greatly weakened. This was also the reason why Elder Wu and Protector Ming dared to take action. The Wu-Tian sect was a medium sect in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou. There were many experts in the sect, but the 10 cities of the Wu-Tian sect needed experts to guard them. The city lords were not allowed to leave the city. Apart from Wu-Tian City, there were also 5 city lords who were truly loyal to the Wu-Tian sect leader. They were the trusted subordinates of the Wu-Tian sect leader. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Moreover, there was still a death god outside the city. The Wu-Tian sect leader had already sent out the news, but until now, no one had come to rescue him. Something must have gone wrong. The Wu-Tian sect leader was very depressed. He knew that those people were watching. If he could survive, they would still be his trusted subordinates. However, if he died, these people would definitely not collect his corpse. This was how cruel the cultivation world was. No one was willing to submit to the weak. Shua. At this moment, Elder Wu had already taken out his divine weapon. A black umbrella appeared in his hands as boundless black qi revolved around it, forming a black hole beneath the umbrella. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole under the umbrella and tried to devour Wu-Tian sect leader. Rumble, under the cover of the black umbrella. Even the void was devoured. Lunar umbrella. Seeing this, Wu-Tian hierarch was startled. An extremely cold aura spread from the black umbrella, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. The black qi that emanated from the black umbrella was neither devil qi nor death qi. Instead, it was lunar qi. The extreme yin qi was extremely yin and extremely cold. However, it was righteous and not evil. This extreme yin umbrella was a half-sacred divine tool that Elder Wu had refined. This extreme yin umbrella could devour everything in its surroundings and freeze everything within 10,000 miles. It was extremely powerful. Watch me break your extreme yin umbrella. Wu-Tian sect leader shouted. He waved his hand and a ball of dazzling golden light shot out. A violent aura erupted from the ball of golden light. The ball of golden light was only the size of a fist, but the ripples it emitted were extremely powerful. The ball of golden light was directly smashed into the black hole under the lunar umbrella by Wu-Tian sect leader. That's the 9-sun pearl. Protector Ming suddenly exclaimed. What? Elder Wu was startled when he heard this. At this moment, boom! A loud boom resounded from the black hole beneath the extreme yin umbrella as a power of extreme yang abruptly erupted. This energy was the nemesis of lunar qi. The black hole that could devour heaven and earth immediately collapsed. Boundless black qi dissipated under the illumination of the golden light. 9-sun pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Wu-Tian sect leader to have such a treasure on him. The 9-sun pearl was a kind of treasure that was condensed from the essence of the 9 heavens, pure yang qi. This kind of treasure was extremely powerful and extreme yang. It was the nemesis of all evil yin energy and could also suppress lunar qi. However, although the 9-sun pearl was powerful, it could only be used once. After being used, the 9-sun pearl would be destroyed and could not be used a second time. The power of destruction wreaked havoc in all directions. Even the extreme Yin umbrella in Elder Wu's hand suffered a great blow, a few cracks appearing on its surface, its power immediately weakening considerably. Elder Wu was shocked and angry. This was his destiny treasure. It was closely related to him. To a certain extent, it was an extension of a cultivator's life. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Elder Wu's mouth. Go die. Wu Tian's sect leader almost went crazy. A ball of dazzling golden light appeared in his hand. An extreme yang energy erupted from the ball of golden light. What? Elder Wu was shocked. The power of the 9-sun pearl was unimaginable. Once it exploded, even a half-saint divine treasure would be destroyed. Swoosh! The golden light flickered. The 9-sun pearl was already smashing towards Elder Wu. There were countless Tao runes flashing on the golden pearl. The extreme yang energy was about to explode. Elder Wu didn't think too much and immediately opened the lunar umbrella. Boom! With a loud bang, it was as if a golden thunderbolt had struck the world, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Some of the Wu Tian religious sect's followers who were standing close to the explosion even fainted. A figure was blown away by the golden energy storm. Drops of blood fell from the sky. The 9-sun pearl is indeed tyrannical. Outside Wu Tian City, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The 9-sun pearl in the hands of the Wu Tian sect leader couldn't even display half of its power. It was a waste of a heavenly treasure. Gu Fei knew that the 9-sun pearl was definitely refined by a sage-level existence. It was difficult for the Wu Tian sect leader to fully activate the 9-sun pearl's power. In order for the 9-sun pearl to display its true power, the Tao runes on the pearl had to be completely activated. The Wu Tian sect leader didn't have the ability to do so. However, even if he could only activate a portion of the Tao runes, it was enough to kill a half-saint. Elder Wu had survived. However, his destiny divine weapon, the extreme Yin umbrella, had been blown to smithereens by the 9-yang pearl, causing his spirit to be heavily injured. It wasn't just his soul. At this moment, Elder Wu's body was almost shattered by the power of the 9-yang pearl. He had suffered unimaginable damage. Chapter 1935. I'll fight you to the death. Elder Wu's natal divine weapon was destroyed and his cultivation was crippled. He was enraged and pounced towards the Wu Tian sect leader. His entire body was emitting a blood-red light as an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the energy fluctuation from Elder Wu's body. Is this a secret technique similar to the sky demon disintegration technique? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This was a kind of self-destruction secret technique. While killing the enemy, the user would also die. This guy wanted to drag the Skyless sect leader down with him and perish together. At this moment, many figures appeared around Wu Tian City. The experts of the other 9 cities had arrived, but no one approached Wu Tian City at this moment. Even the 6 city lords who were loyal to the Wu Tian sect leader did not stand out at this moment. Everyone was observing because they had already received news that the Wu Tian sect leader's sacred weapon had been destroyed. Without the sacred weapon, who would submit to the Wu Tian sect leader? The Wu Tian sect leader was shocked when he saw that Elder Wu was going to fight him to the death. It should be known that a half-step saint was extremely terrifying when he went all out. Elder Wu was burning his qi and blood, and even his divine soul. He was releasing the last of his power. Elder Wu! Protector Ming was shocked when he saw this. Elder Wu was burning his life. Once his life was exhausted, he would die. Madman, the Wu Tian sect leader, quickly retreated. Boom! At this moment, Elder Wu's body exploded. His blood essence turned into a blood-red divine fire that instantly enveloped the Wu-Tian sect leader who was trying to escape. Roar! The Wu-Tian sect leader roared in fear. He wanted to rush out from the blood-red divine fire, but the divine fire was like maggots in his bones, burning his body. In an instant, the Wu-Tian sect leader was burned by the blood-colored divine fire, leaving behind only a set of bones. A ball of divine light flickered in his skull. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What sort of flame is this? It's actually able to burn a half-saint to such an extent. Even the flesh on his body has been completely burned away. The pain was so intense and terrifying that Wu-Tian hierarch almost fainted. He could only watch as his muscles, bones, and flesh were set ablaze by the blood-colored divine fire. "Haha! You destroyed my Tao foundation. I'll take your life." Elder Wu's voice rang out. The blood fiend godly fire was a secret technique that could perish together with the enemy. He wanted to drag Wu-Tian's sect leader down with him. Roar! The Wu-Tian sect leader screamed in pain. At this moment, he realized that the blood-red divine fire was heading towards his head, trying to burn his divine soul. The aura of death was so close to him. Once he died, everything would come to an end. Bang! Just when the blood-red divine fire was about to invade Wu-Tian's sect leader's head, his head suddenly exploded. A divine light wrapped around a tiny figure and shot into the sky. However, the blood fiend godly fire was too vicious. Not only could it burn flesh and bones, but it could also burn the divine soul. Even though Wu-Tian sect leader's primordial spirit had escaped, the blood-red divine fire was still attached to his primordial spirit, burning it constantly. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart turned cold. Elder Wu actually cultivated such a terrifying, secret technique. No one had expected this. However, when he used this secret technique, it also meant that Elder Wu would not be able to live. Therefore, no one in Wu-Tian's sect had seen the secret technique before. Elder Wu was dead. His soul was completely destroyed. Even his primordial spirit had turned into the blood fiend godly fire and attached to Wu-Tian's sect leader's primordial spirit. Roar! Wu-Tian's sect leader's primordial spirit roared. He did not want to die, but Elder Wu's blood fiend godly fire had already ignited his primordial spirit. The power of his primordial spirit was constantly being evaporated by the blood fiend godly fire. In the end, Wu-Tian sect leader's primordial spirit was completely burned by the blood fiend godly fire. Then a space suddenly collapsed. Light of treasures shot into the sky, and countless divine objects fell out. This was a space that Wu-Tian sect leader had opened up to store treasures. After his primordial spirit was burned, this space could no longer be maintained and collapsed. Everyone was surprised and overjoyed. Protector Ming was the closest to Wu-Tian sect leader. He extended his hand and was about to collect the treasures that fell from the sky. However, at this moment, a huge hand reached out and snatched the treasures away before Guardian Ming could do anything. This shocked Protector Ming. He quickly looked over and saw that the owner of the hand was the young cultivator who had been waiting outside the city. "Friend, you're going a little overboard." Protector Ming's face darkened. Those were the treasures that Wu-Tian sect leader had collected throughout his life. They were definitely a treasure trove. He did not want them to be taken away, just like that. "What? Are you stronger than Wu-Tian sect leader?" Gu Fei suddenly uttered such a sentence. Protector Ming immediately snapped out of his daze. This guy was a ruthless person who had chased after Wu-Tian sect leader until he had nowhere to run. "Friend, that belongs to Wu-Tian sect. You can't take it away." At this moment, 9 figures appeared nearby. Each of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. These guys, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little amused. These 9 experts were naturally the 9 city lords of the Heavenless sect. They were all very shrewd. Even their eyelashes were empty. Before Wu-Tian's sect leader died, These guys did not dare to show themselves. Now that Wu Tian's sect leader was dead, these guys jumped out to divide up Wu Tian's sect leader's treasures. I'll say it again. If any of you think you're stronger than Wu Tian's sect leader, come and take it. Gu Fei's face revealed a smile. He glanced at the 9 city lords with a calm expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. Everyone stopped talking. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Why are you afraid of him? Do you think the 9 of us can't kill him? A seemingly young cultivator in silver armor suddenly stood up and said loudly. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but look at each other. They were slightly tempted. You've got guts. Gu Fei suddenly smiled at the silver-armored cultivator and punched out. Bam! With a bang, the silver-armored cultivator's head exploded into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. No one had expected Gu Fei to make a move all of a sudden. Furthermore, this man had killed a city lord who was not any weaker than any of them with a single punch. Such strength. Chapter 1936. Everyone from the Wu Tian sect was dumbfounded. Even the city lord was unable to withstand a single blow from this person. No one spoke again. This was how the world of cultivation worked. Unless one was strong enough, one should not speak out of turn. In this world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, whoever had the strongest fist was the boss. Whoever dared to say that the strong were wrong would be killed mercilessly by the strong. A giant dragon would not care about the life and death of an ant. Now that Gu Fei was the giant dragon, the countless people from the Wu Tian sect were ants. Even the city lords did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Even if they hated him to the core, they did not dare to show it. Humph! Gu Fei glanced at these people and left the place without saying a word. Soon, he left the place and returned to the Purple Cloud Mountains. He did not want to leave just like that. After all, he could feel that he had improved during the battle with the Golden Corpse Ape. Where else could he find an opponent like this? He returned to the cave. At this time, some figures appeared in the surroundings of the land of the sleeping dragon. The cultivation forces in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou had discovered this place. There was an ancient legend in the Purple Cloud Mountains. No force could sit still. After all, if the great tomb of the Purple Cloud Supreme were to appear, it would be an earth-shattering event. The arrival of these people made Gu Fei a little unhappy. However, he did not care about them. With his current cultivation, he did not even care about the existence of a sect master. In the ancestral star of Buzhou, only a half-saint would be called a sect master. The heavenly path of Buzhou seemed to be changing. The heavenly path of heaven and earth seemed to be touching. This was also a great era with many experts fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. If an ancestral star could give birth to a supreme, then an ancestral star could also give birth to a saint. In the entire universe, Gu Fei knew that there were only 5 ancestral stars with life. He did not know if there were other ancestral stars with life. This was the case in the human realm, but it was another case in the heaven realm. The heaven realm only had the earth and the starry sky. The starry sky was as big as the earth. No one cared if the stars in the starry sky had life or not. The true experts were all in the heaven realm. Of course, there were some ancient powers that moved their ancestral courts to the stars in the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a unique place. Perhaps it could give birth to countless experts, and there might even be many who could become saints. In this great world, even Gu Fei felt great pressure. He had to constantly become stronger so that he wouldn't be surpassed by others. Even if he had an extreme path divine weapon, it was hard to guarantee that some supreme being inheritances would also have an extreme path divine weapon. Gu Fei sat in the cave for a day and a night. During this time, people came to the cave, but they quickly left. News of young Lord Wu Tian's death had long since spread. Young Lord Wu Tian was killed because he offended an expert in the Amethyst mountain range. The land of the sleeping dragon attracted many people. Some powerful figures began to appear, but these people were from the southern region of ancestral Star Bujo. The planet was too big, and people from other regions couldn't come here in a short time. The great tomb of the Amethyst Sovereign has appeared. On top of a mountain, an old Taoist with white hair and a youthful complexion said. Beside the old Taoist stood a young cultivator in green robes. This cultivator could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old Taoist. Clearly, this young cultivator's status was not lower than the old Taoist. I don't think so. This ominous land is filled with endless death energy. I'm afraid that a powerful demon has been born. The cultivator in green robes said, Even the amethyst lineage doesn't know where the sovereign is buried. The old Taoist said, The great tomb of the old ancestor is not that easy to find. The cultivator in green robes said disdainfully, The terrain ahead seemed to be a land of hidden dragons. But even if it was a real land of hidden dragons, it wouldn't be worthy of the invincible sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it looks like a land of hidden dragons, it's actually a trap. It's more like a cage. The old Taoist's eyes were very sharp. He could see through many things. Let's see what they can do first. The cultivator in green robes glanced at the clouds in the sky. There was a warship parked there, and on the deck stood many golden warriors with golden spears. The Huangjin clan of the northern lands is here too. They're really fast. The old Taoist seemed to have sensed it, and his expression turned solemn. This is our territory after all. So what if they're here? The cultivator in green robes said indifferently with a hint of arrogance on his face. Although the Huangjin clan of the northern lands was powerful, they had stretched their hands too far. This made the cultivator in green robes unhappy. I heard that young Master Wutian was killed. The sect master of Wutian's sect is also dead. Someone wants to weaken your forces. The old Taoist glanced at the cultivator in green robes and said, Humph, the strong are respected. If they're dead, then so be it. The Wutian sect will not disperse. The southern lands will still have 10 groups of warriors. The cultivator in green robes said, Yes, who would have thought that the 10 great sects of the southern lands were founded by the 10 great warriors under the command of the purple cloud supremacy? The old Taoist said, As the cultivator in green robes and the old Taoist were conversing, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. A ray of light lit up the endless mountains. When the first ray of light from the sun appeared, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes in the cave. After a day and a night of adjustment, his martial body had finally reached its peak condition. He stood up, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the cave. Is that kid coming again? In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, a golden figure sitting cross-legged in the endless, deathly aura suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes. The golden essence corpse ape sensed it and knew that Gu Fei was coming again. The endless, deathly aura around the golden essence corpse ape was constantly being turned into life essence by the ape using a secret technique, which was then absorbed by his body. Turning death into life, the golden essence corpse ape had already mastered the heaven-defying rebirth technique. With enough time, he could completely turn the deathly aura in his body into life essence, truly defying the heavens and being reborn. Roar! An earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. Then an endless, deathly aura rose from the land of the sleeping dragon and shrouded the surroundings. That place really gave birth to a peerless demon. Chapter 1937. A peerless, murderous intent erupted and shocked everyone. It was as if a great demon had been born. Half of the sky was shrouded in a terrifying black aura of death. Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who were very close to the land of the trapped dragon. They all felt a chill run down their spines, trembling with fear as they hurriedly fled from that place. You're here again. A voice came from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. No matter how far away the cultivators were, they were all shaken by the voice. Moreover, the voice was not very loud. "I'm here again." Another voice sounded. This voice was the same as the first one. It wasn't as loud, but it reached the ears of everyone in the region. What's going on? On a mountain a few hundred miles away, Ziyun Shao and the Earth Immortal Elder were shocked. The forces behind them were the true rulers of the southern region of the ancestral planet. Since when did the southern region have two peerless experts? Ziyun Shao's expression was extremely solemn. His eyes shone brightly as he tried to peer into the endless aura of death. However, he was shocked to find that the place was already shrouded by the power of the Great Path. Even though he had the godly eyes of heaven, he could not see in. "This is our territory. How could we not know?" Just like Ziyun Shao, the Earth Immortal Old Man's expression was extremely solemn. The green-robed cultivator, Ziyun Shao, was the heir of the Ziyun clan in the southern region of the ancestral planet. It was said that the Ziyun clan was the successor of the Ziyun supremacy. The Earth Immortal Elder had a powerful background as well. He had a big brother called the South Pole Immortal Sovereign. The Ziyun clan and the South Pole Immortal Mansion were the rulers of the southern region of the ancestral planet. The 10 great sects of the South were nothing compared to these two forces. Although the two peerless experts in the land of the trapped dragon had yet to show themselves, their vast auras had already spread out. Interesting. High up in the sky, a voice came from a golden worship in the clouds. Let's begin. In the sky above the land of the trapped dragon, the Golden Essence Corpse ape spoke to a young-looking man in front of it. This young man was not simple. He actually dared to use it as a whetstone. The Golden Essence Corpse ape admired Gu Fei. "All right." Gu Fei nodded. Then he made his move. Boom! The 5 elemental true force erupted from Gu Fei's body. The void around him trembled. The 5 elemental void appeared around him. This was the 5 elemental battle technique that he had created. He drew upon the power of the inner world to manifest the 5 elements void. Rumble! Gu Fei displayed the 5 elemental fist. The 5 elemental void revolved around his body, providing him with an almost endless amount of 5 elemental power. With a punch, a great fire burned the sky. The powerful fire element fist energy immediately surged out from his fist, striking towards the Golden Essence Corpse ape. The 5 elements transform into yin and yang create chaos. Gu Fei had only released one punch, but the Gold Essence Corpse ape had already seen the transformation direction of Gu Fei's true power, causing the Gold Essence Corpse ape's eyes to light up. He also saw Gu Fei as a whetstone. As soon as Gu Fei's fire element fist was unleashed, the death chi in the sky was immediately dispersed by his fist energy. Huge black cracks appeared in the sky. Bang! The Golden Essence Corpse ape also punched out. That skinny body of his contained an enormous amount of power. With just a single movement, the heavens and earth were shattered. Boom! The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a loud bang. The vast and mighty force caused the entire area to shake. The 2 figures separated in an instant and then moved quickly in the void. They're fighting. Outside the land of the sleeping dragon, everyone was extremely shocked. Even Ziyun Shao from the Ziyun clan and Lu Xianwang from the South Pole Palace were shocked. It had been a long time since such a battle had happened in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou. It was worth noting that such existences were already overlords of a region. It would not be so easy for a battle to break out between such figures. However, once a battle broke out between such experts, the consequences would be dire. However, there seemed to be some kind of power protecting the land of death ahead. Even an expert would find it difficult to destroy such a place. Because of that, Ziyun Shao and the others did not retreat. Bang! Boom! Loud noises were constantly heard in the land of the sleeping dragon. Gu Fei and the Golden Essence Corpse ape were fighting endlessly. This time, the Dragon Corpse and the Fire Corpse did not dare to come out. In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, only the undead king was watching the battle. Clang! The sound of iron chains clashing could be heard from the depths of the earth. The battle between Gu Fei and the Golden Essence Corpse ape had also alerted the existence in the land of the sleeping dragon. The existence in the depths of the earth could not come out, so Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Show me everything you've got. Let me see what's so special about the path created by the martial ancestor. The Golden Essence Corpse ape's voice was heard in Gu Fei's mind. I won't let you down. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the Golden Essence Corpse ape. He displayed the 5 elements and attacked with all his might, displaying all kinds of killing moves of the 5 elements fist. The 5 elements' true power was vast and mighty. His entire body was emitting a 5-colored qi gang. It was as if a 5 elements god had descended. The powerful aura spread in all directions. Profound meaning of the 5 elements, not bad. The Golden Essence Corpse ape said, when the 5 elements were sublimated to the extreme, they would evolve into yin and yang. As expected, when Gu Fei's 5 elements technique was displayed to its peak, the extremely vigorous 5 elements' true power gradually transformed into black and white yin and yang qi. There were very few people who could cultivate the power of the 5 elements to the great perfection and then transform it to successfully evolve yin and yang. Gu Fei was undoubtedly one of them. A battle between experts. It's a worthwhile trip. High up in the sky, on the deck of the Golden Warship, stood a figure. It was a slender figure. She was wearing a golden battle suit and a golden mask on her face. No one could see her face. At this time, the 5 elements' true power on Gu Fei's body quickly transformed into black and white yin and yang qi. A black and white yin-yang diagram appeared indistinctly on his body. I saw that you used the primal force that day. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the yin and yang qi to the great perfection. It's really surprising. The Golden Essence Corpse ape said while fighting with Gu Fei. It was no wonder that the Golden Essence Corpse ape was surprised. One must know that Gu Fei had cultivated the power of the 5 elements to the great perfection and then went to cultivate the yin and yang qi. Furthermore, the yin and yang qi was also cultivated by Gu Fei to the great perfection and evolved into the primal force. Chapter 1938. Gu Fei and the Golden Corpse ape fought again. This time, Gu Fei unleashed all kinds of combat skills to his heart's content. He could feel the distance between him and the Golden Corpse ape getting closer and closer. The Golden Corpse ape was not a martial sage, but it was much stronger than the average martial sage. It could shatter the space with just a wave of its hand. Furthermore, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Ape was terrifying too. The combat skills of the Golden Spirit Ape were not any weaker than the martial arts created by the supreme martial ancestors. The Golden Corpse Ape still had the bloodline of the supreme divine ape. In other words, it still possessed the powerful combat skills of the Golden Spirit Ape. Rumble! At this moment, the yin-yang divine diagram appeared on Gu Fei's body. His fists turned into 2 yin-yang eyes on the yin-yang divine diagram. His left fist emitted a black aura, while his right fist emitted a divine light that was as dazzling as the stars. The yin and yang qi intertwined in his body. He was evolving the yin-yang pattern. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the circulation of the yin-yang pattern, as if it followed the laws of the world. This was the yin-yang fist. It drove the yin and yang qi to move the universe, blocking all the powerful attacks of the Golden Corpse Ape. Both offensive and defensive. Very good. When the Metal Essence Corpse Ape saw that Gu Fei's fist technique was able to protect his entire body to the point that not even a drop of water could penetrate his defense, he couldn't help feeling shocked. Although Gu Fei's defense was impregnable, his attacks were also extremely fierce. Boom! He threw a punch with his right fist. The power of extreme yang instantly exploded on his fist. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared in the sky. At that moment, the real sun had risen from the horizon. However, the divine light that burst from Gu Fei's right fist was much brighter than the sun. The power of the sun exploded. The deathly aura above the land of the trapped dragon was directly dispersed by the power of extreme yang, leaving nothing behind. That is, the moment the deathly aura was dispersed, the people outside could finally see the scenery inside the land of the trapped dragon. It's the power of yin and yang. On a mountain several hundred miles away, Zi Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. It was obvious that someone had cultivated the power of yin and yang to perfection. Who is that? The earth immortal old man was shocked as well. He saw two figures fighting. One of them was a young cultivator, and the young cultivator's opponent was a skinny divine ape that shone with dazzling golden light. The legendary golden spirit ape. High up in the sky, within the clouds, that figure on the golden worship said to herself. She was extremely shocked as well. She never expected to see an ancient creature that had long been extinct for who knew how many years. The number of golden spiritual apes was very small. Nowadays, only the heavenly realm had traces of them, but in the human realm the golden spiritual apes had already become a legendary existence. This was definitely a major event. The birth of the golden spirit ape would bring countless changes to the Buzhou homeworld. Becoming a saint was a competition between peerless experts. There were quite a lot of peerless experts on the Buzhou ancestral star, and now there were two of them. This made the Xian clan, the South Pole Immortal Mansion, and the Gold clan of the North feel a great deal of pressure. These people all hoped that the two supreme experts who were fighting each other would suffer heavy injuries. However, this was only a hope, because at this level of cultivation, if one side wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for the other side to stop them. Unless the two of them were engaged in a battle to the death, they wouldn't rest until one of them died. It had to be said that the Golden Essence Corpse ape's cultivation was too strong. Although Gu Fei had a martial body, his martial body did not give him any advantage when fighting with the Golden Essence Corpse ape. Bang! The Golden Spirit Ape used the battle technique of the Golden Spirit Ape to break through Gu Fei's yin-yang fist force and landed a punch on Gu Fei's shoulder. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Gu Fei's left arm immediately drooped down. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the ape's punch. We need to determine the winner. In the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, the Zombie King saw this and couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Gu Fei's recovery speed was too fast. In just a few breaths, his left shoulder had recovered, and the broken bones were completely healed. However, his yin-yang fist force was broken by the Golden Spirit Ape. Looks like I have to use the chaotic fist force to fight with him. Gu Fei stood in the void. He didn't feel depressed because of the Golden Spirit Ape's attack. On the contrary, his battle intent grew stronger. The yin-yang true force in his body was rapidly transforming into chaotic true force. Chaotic Tao patterns began to appear on Gu Fei's body, interweaving with the laws of heaven and earth. A saint's aura began to emit from Gu Fei's body. Half-saint, a few hundred miles away, Zi Xiao and Immortal Lu were shocked. The young expert was actually a half-saint, and his realm was not low at all. Only a half-saint could have some characteristics of a saint. It was impossible for other cultivators to have such characteristics. Let's fight with everything we have, Gu Fei roared. His aura rose to the peak in an instant. 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on his body, and an extremely powerful wave swept out in all directions. A peak half-saint, outside the land of the sleeping dragon, Zi Xiao and Immortal Lu were shocked again. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated this peerless expert. It's a peak half-saint, high up in the sky. On the deck of the golden warship, the golden figure's tone was a bit heavy. The appearance of a peak half-saint had surprised her. In this great era where saints were extinct, a peak half-saint could represent the peak combat power of the entire Bujo ancestral star. He was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. As you wish. At this time, the golden spirit ape was also going to attack with everything he had. Endless metal elemental power burst out from his small body, and 9 golden Tao patterns emerged on his body. 9 Tao patterns. You have cultivated 9 Tao patterns. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 9 Tao patterns on the golden spirit ape's body. This ape had really fallen before. He was a bit suspicious. As the saying goes, once the body dies, the Tao disappears. No matter how amazing a person was when they were alive, or how heaven-defying their talent was, as long as they died, their Tao foundation would disappear. In other words, the 9 Tao patterns on the golden spirit ape's body might have been cultivated after it regained its spiritual wisdom. But there was also a possibility that the ape was not really dead. Chapter 1939. 9 runes were the foundation of becoming a saint. Legend had it that only when one became a saint would they be able to condense the true 9 runes. Some of the most powerful beings were able to condense the 9 runes before becoming a saint. Of course, the 9 runes that were formed before becoming a saint were not the true 9 runes, but rather 9 blurry marks of the great path. They were still far from being formed. However, even though they were not the true 9 runes, they were still the embryonic form of the 9 runes. To some extent, comprehending the embryonic form of the 9 runes could be considered a different kind of 9 runes. You have comprehended the 9 runes as well. In the land of the sleeping dragon, Gu Fei saw that there were also 9 blurry golden marks on the body of the golden spirit corpse ape. He could not help but be shocked. This golden spirit corpse ape was incredible. Gu Fei did not expect to meet a peerless cultivator who had the potential to become a saint not long after he arrived at the Bujo ancestral star. There was no doubt that those who could condense the 9 runes all had the potential to become a saint. Such people had a much higher chance of becoming a saint than ordinary people. You also have the foundation of becoming a saint. The golden spirit corpse ape looked at Gu Fei and said indifferently, in his inheritance, in order to become a saint, one had to first comprehend the 9 runes of the great path. This was the experience of the golden spirit ape. It should be known that the golden spirit ape had once produced a supreme being. The inheritance in their blood was the inheritance of a supreme being. This kind of inheritance was contained in their blood and would not be severed. This was their innate ability. The descendants of a supreme being had incomparable talent. Boom! The 2 peerless cultivators did not say anything else. What they needed now was to fully unleash their combat power and fight to their heart's content. The 2 figures collided in an instant, and a terrifying explosion sounded in the void. That terrifying sound wave spread out from the land of the sleeping dragon. The mountains around the land of the sleeping dragon immediately turned into dust in an instant and then dissipated into the void. All the people who were watching the battle from afar felt their ears buzzing. Their vision went dark, and they almost fainted from the sound wave. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated further away. I didn't expect those 2 fellows to be this powerful. On top of a mountain a few hundred miles away, Ziyun Shao and Earth Immortal Emperor's expressions were unsightly. They could tell that the 2 supreme experts fighting ahead had already condensed their saint foundation. Those who condensed their sage foundation had an 80 to 90% chance of becoming a sage. The Grand Age is indeed the Grand Age. Experts are everywhere. I can't believe someone has already formed a sage foundation. High up in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship, the figure wearing a golden mask was watching everything below. Her eyes shone with a dazzling divine light. At this time, Gu Fei and the golden essence corpse ape were moving quickly in the void. Only a few people could catch a glimpse of their figures. The rest couldn't even see their shadows. Clang! Gu Fei activated his primal chaos, sword chi. The powerful primal chaos true power condensed into an indestructible sword chi, which pierced towards the golden essence corpse ape. Every single strand of chaos sword chi was capable of ripping through the void. Even though they were not true divine weapons, they were still much stronger than divine weapons. Swoosh! The golden eyes of the golden spirit corpse ape shot out beams of divine light with golden flames. The divine light of golden flames swept through everything and collided with the chaotic sword light. Then they were annihilated in the void at the same time. This was a battle technique of the golden essence corpse ape, named Golden Fiery Gaze. The golden essence corpse ape's eyes opened and closed continuously, shooting out beams of golden fiery light. This was the divine light of destruction. The void was silently destroyed by this divine light. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the golden fiery gaze pierced through the primal chaos sword chi and pierced through Gu Fei's chest, leaving behind a bull-sized hole. This Gu Fei was taken aback. With his current strength, there seemed to be a gap between him and the golden essence, corpse ape. More and more golden fiery gaze pierced through the defense of Gu Fei's primal chaos sword chi. Gu Fei's martial body was directly pierced through by these divine lights. Even a powerful martial body would be injured if it was hit by these divine lights of destruction. Gu Fei's martial body was recovering rapidly. His blood and chi were still as strong as ever. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei had no choice but to use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. The countless streaks of destructive golden light that were about to pierce him were reversed by a strange force the moment they reached him and shot back towards the golden corpse ape. What? When the golden essence corpse ape saw that its attack was actually reversed by the other party, it was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Even the spectators were shocked. What kind of technique was this? To be able to deflect an opponent's attack, wouldn't he be invincible now? Stick, come. The golden essence corpse ape stretched out its right hand. A powerful energy wave immediately burst out from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. Then a long stick with a dazzling golden light flew out from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon and fell into the hands of the golden essence corpse ape. Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the long stick. He could sense a powerful force that was infinitely close to the sage level from the long stick. This was the weapon of the golden essence corpse ape. This is a weapon refined by the golden essence of heaven and earth. Be careful. The golden essence corpse ape jumped up and arrived above Gu Fei's head in an instant. Then it raised the golden spirit stick with both hands and smashed it down on Gu Fei's head with all its might. The powerful force shattered the void. The power of the stick was extremely terrifying. The golden essence corpse ape was a divine battle ape with rich battle experience. It had already seen the power of Gu Fei's technique, so it stopped using other combat skills and directly fought with Gu Fei at close range. All the power in its body merged with the golden spirit stick in its hand. It would not be released until it hit its opponent. In this way, its power would not be diverted by its opponent. The golden essence corpse ape's idea was correct. However, it had underestimated the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. This was a supreme technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Buzz. The void shook. A shadow also rushed out from the top of Gu Fei's head. That shadow was the golden essence corpse ape. It was as if there was an invisible mirror in the void, reflecting the shadow of the golden essence corpse ape. The shadow of the golden essence corpse ape also raised the golden spirit stick with both hands and smashed it down on the golden essence corpse ape. Roar! The golden essence corpse ape roared angrily. It had never thought that its opponent's technique would be so powerful. It had held back its power, but its opponent was still able to simulate its attack. It was hard to imagine how its opponent had done it. Chapter 1940. Two golden divine apes appeared in the sky above the land of the sleeping dragon. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Boom! The two golden divine apes collided with each other in an instant, creating a deafening sound. The entire world shook violently, and destructive power swept out in all directions. How is this possible? The person who was the most shocked was naturally the Golden Essence Corpse ape that was fighting against Gufei. The other party was actually able to transform into another him. This kind of great technique was truly unheard of and unseen. This was a huge collision with the same amount of power. The golden ape was fighting against itself, as if it had encountered another version of itself. Boundless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Roar! The golden ape's roar shook the world. It wielded the golden spiritual cudgel and displayed its invincible power. It actually shattered the golden ape that Gufei had created. What kind of technique is that? The Metal Essence Corpse ape was moved. Although it had dispersed its own shadow, its hands that were holding the Metal Essence spiritual cudgel were bleeding. It was actually its own power. This was equivalent to him launching an ultimate attack on himself. 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao, Chaotic Reversal. Gufei didn't hide anything. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if he couldn't defeat an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. What? The golden ape's expression changed after hearing this. 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao. It was the mysterious and unfathomable 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao. No wonder it had such terrifying power. One should know that the Golden Spirit Ape Clan also had Supremes in the past. How could they not know about the existence of the Supreme Tao Ancestor? Who hadn't heard of the Supreme Tao Ancestor's name during the Desolate Era? How is this possible? You are the descendant of the martial ancestor. How can you cultivate the Tao Ancestor's divine technique? The golden ape was shocked. Gufei's performance was beyond its comprehension. The martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivated the martial physique, not the primordial immortal force. Without primordial spirit immortal force, how could he use the divine arts of the immortal Tao? The Golden Essence Corpse ape didn't expect that the 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao wasn't something that could only be cultivated by cultivators. Even those who didn't cultivate the immortal Tao could cultivate the 9 Secrets of Immortal Tao. Moreover, Gufei wasn't just a simple martial artist. He also possessed an immortal Tao, primordial spirit. At this time, Gufei's primordial spirit was still asleep in his Naiwen Palace. In that part of the world in the Naiwen Palace, a ball of light formed by the divine light of the immortal Tao was floating. This world was created by Gufei with his chaotic nascent embryo. As Gufei's cultivation base kept making breakthroughs, the inner world inside his Mudpill Palace also kept growing. At this time, the inner world inside his Mudpill Palace was brimming with vitality and had a circumference of several hundred miles. It could already be considered a small grotto heaven. There were mountains, lakes, birds, beasts, and everything else. Although there were no stars in this world, yet the flow of time in this world was the same as the outside world. There were 24 hours in a day, and there were days and nights. Gufei's primordial spirit was the ruler of this part of the world. His primordial spirit was still evolving. 9 blurry immortal runes were faintly discernible on his primordial spirit. This was the Tao foundation for becoming a sage. Once his primordial spirit finished its transformation, perhaps it could truly transform into an immortal Tao divine embryo and become a person with flesh and blood. Nothing is impossible in this world. Gufei's expression was still calm, but he didn't stop. He continued to attack, the chaotic force surging out from his hands. A golden figure once again appeared in front of Gufei. You are evolving my Tao. When the Golden Essence Corpse ape saw this, its golden pupils involuntarily shrank. As Gu Fei was evolving the battle technique of the golden corpse ape, a golden divine ape appeared in the void. The divine ape's battle intent was shocking, and the aura it exuded was no different from that of the golden corpse ape. Who would have thought that the 9 secrets of immortal Tao would appear? On a mountain a few hundred miles away from the land of the trapped dragon, Ziyun Xiao and Immortal Lu were truly shocked this time. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were a name that had existed for too long. Legend had it that the Ziyun clan was the descendant of Supremacy Ziyun Xiao and possessed the legacy of the Supremacy. The clan used to be incomparably glorious. Although it eventually declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the entire Buzhou ancestral star, no power dared to ignore the Ziyun clan. Such a clan naturally knew many ancient secrets. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao were already incomplete in the ancient times, and the 9 secret arts were lost in various places. It seems that this generation is more terrifying than any other. Immortal Lu said, "Is a sage going to appear in this generation?" Ziyun Xiao said with a solemn expression. Immortal Lu didn't say anything. The cultivation world of this generation was more prosperous than any of the previous ones. Powerful cultivators emerged in large numbers, and even some old antiques that were said to have fallen had reappeared. All kinds of long-lost secret arts and techniques kept appearing. In this generation, no one could see through it. Kill! At this moment, the golden corpse ape's battle intent skyrocketed. It swung the golden spirit staff in its hand and attacked the golden figure in front of Gu Fei. The ape was fighting against itself. As long as it could defeat itself, its cultivation would break through its current shackles. This battle was of great significance to it. It should be known that even a peerless cultivation genius would find it difficult to defeat him. The golden essence corpse ape regarded him as its most powerful opponent. This was a different kind of battle. Gu Fei used the chaotic secret art to evolve the battle technique of the golden corpse ape and let it fight against itself. The chaotic reversal secret technique was truly miraculous. As long as it was a combat technique of the golden essence corpse ape, Gu Fei would be able to replicate it at will. A great battle like this had everyone shocked to the extreme. It was as though the supreme expert of the human race was standing in an invincible position. Roar! The golden essence corpse ape roared again and again. It wanted to suppress the golden figure, but it found that it was very difficult. It was the same power, the same battle skill. Although it was his true body, it was still very difficult for it to defeat itself. What a powerful ape! He wants to break through and defeat himself. High up in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship, the golden figure muttered to itself. 2 bright eyes shot out from behind the mask. Not everyone possessed this kind of boldness. Good heavens, Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This golden corpse ape was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the heaven-defying secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, he would have already been defeated. Chapter 1941. This battle was fought until the heavens and earth darkened. The sun and moon lost their light. Everyone was stupefied. In the end, it was Gu Fei who retreated. The golden essence corpse ape was too strong. It seemed like it really wanted to fight him to see who was better. Using the 9 secrets of immortality was the most exhausting. Gu Fei could not keep using the secret skills, but the golden essence corpse ape had no intention of stopping. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. Again, the golden essence corpse ape fought for a long time, but it was still not satisfied. It wanted to keep fighting with Gu Fei. "Brother ape, I'll come back another day." Gu Fei did not dare to continue fighting with the ape. He quickly cupped his hands and used the 8 steps extreme speed. He rushed out of the land of the trapped dragon. He took another step forward and disappeared from the golden essence corpse ape's sight. That brat. The golden essence corpse ape could only watch as Gu Fei left. But the ape had not had enough yet. The fight with Yi Fuqian had benefited him a lot. Gu Fei's chaotic secret skill was like a mirror, reflecting all the shortcomings of the Golden Essence Corpse Ape. That way, the Golden Essence Corpse Ape could use the fight with Yi Fuqian to perfect its skills and make up for its shortcomings. Roar! The Golden Essence Corpse Ape roared at the sky. The power of the metal element was mighty. It wanted to keep fighting, but Yi Fuqian had run away. It felt like it was going crazy. That brat is gone, and you guys come fight with me. The Golden Essence Corpse Ape suddenly turned around and rushed into the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. What? In the depths of the land of the trapped dragon, the Zombie King, the Fire Zombie, and the Dragon Zombie were all shocked. They did not expect their boss to find them. Fighting with their boss was not a good thing. Soon, there were ghostly cries and wolf howls coming from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. It ends just like that. The battle ended just like that, causing everyone to be incomparably surprised. How could this be? Weren't these two supreme experts mortal enemies? Immortal Elder, what do you think? On top of the mountain, Zi Yunxiao asked the Earth Immortal Elder. The Earth Immortal Elder had entered the world earlier than him and had experienced more things than him. Perhaps he could see something. It seems like these two are just sparring. They aren't mortal enemies. Earth Immortal Old Man thought for a moment before saying this. I think so too. There might be a battle between these two peerless experts. Zi Yunxiao nodded and said, "Let's go too." Earth Immortal Old Man seemed to have sensed something. He knew that the young expert's aura had locked onto him, but the young expert didn't attack him. Shua! Zi Yunxiao and Earth Immortal Old Man soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. High up in the sky, within the clouds, the Pi Golden Warship was still there, showing no signs of leaving. However, the figure on the deck was nowhere to be seen. At this time, the factions in the southern region of Ancestral Star of Buzhou felt a great pressure. The appearance of two peerless experts had made all the cultivators who wanted to become saints feel threatened. Meanwhile, the news of the appearance of the two peerless experts spread like wildfire. Not long after, every faction on Buzhou Ancestral Star knew about it, causing an uproar. At this time, Gu Fei had returned to the cave. After the battle with the Golden Corpse Ape, Gu Fei had gained quite a lot, so he needed to sort out. Soon a day had passed. Night fell and the moon hung high in the sky. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, not the roars of beasts. The battle between Gu Fei and the Golden Corpse Ape had shocked everyone. Experts from other regions were rushing over. Gu Fei wasn't interested in any of this. He only had one thought in mind, and that was to increase his strength as soon as possible. Gu Fei sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 4th day, he came out of the cave. This is the moment Gu Fei walked out of the cave. He sensed a few powerful auras. These people were likely the experts of Ancestral Star of Buzhou Ancestral Star. The Ancestral Star of Buzhou Ancestral Star was vast and had nurtured countless living beings. Among the human race, there was no lack of experts. Gu Fei ignored them and headed straight for the land of the trapped dragon. He then challenged the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape. In his eyes, only the Golden Spirit Corpse Ape could be his opponent. Without any suspense, the battle continued. This time, Gu Fei used all the 9 secrets of immortal Tao that he had mastered, putting the Golden Corpse Ape in a dangerous situation. The Golden Corpse Ape went all out in an attempt to stop Gu Fei, but in the end, it failed to stop Gu Fei and allowed him to escape. The battle came to an end, but the spectators were unwilling to leave for a long time. It wasn't easy to encounter a battle of this level. Over the past 3 days, many experts had come to the nearby areas and were fortunate enough to witness Gu Fei's battle. With the battle every few days, Gu Fei and the Golden Corpse Ape's cultivation base continued to rise, especially Gu Fei, who had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Gu Fei could sense that the shackles of his cultivation were loosening. Cultivators would evolve and evolve in battle. The constant battle with the Golden Corpse ape had pushed Gu Fei to the doorstep of the demi-saint realm. The superfactions of Buzhou Ancestral Star had dispatched their experts to Amethyst Mountain Range. The appearance of two peerless experts and the 9 secrets of immortal Tao had attracted the attention of the cultivators of Buzhou Ancestral Star. Some even saw the figures of some old antiques in the vicinity. Gu Fei didn't care about any of this. What he wanted to do now was to break through to the demi-saint realm, then leave Amethyst Mountain Range and explore the other places of Buzhou Ancestral Star. Just as Gu Fei was cultivating in the cave, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Hand over the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, and I'll spare your life. The person spoke with a cold tone. His eyes lit up as he glanced at Gu Fei. Who are you? Gu Fei's tone was as calm as ever, as if he didn't take this person seriously at all. You don't have the right to know who I am, the black figure said as he walked in from the outside. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled, his eyes shining brightly. You! The person was shocked when he saw Gu Fei. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation base. Could this person's cultivation base be higher than his? He felt a little regretful, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. You can go and die now. Gu Fei didn't stand up. Instead, he directly sent a palm towards that person. An extremely ferocious power surged towards that person like an avalanche. No. Chapter 1942. Gu Fei was surprised that someone wanted to harm Gu Fei. The battle between him and the Golden Corpse ape was so shocking that even the sect master level existences on the Buzhou ancestral planet wouldn't dare to come knocking on his door. However, there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death and dared to force Gu Fei to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He dares to ask me to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with such meager cultivation. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. This person was only at the Almighty Realm, yet he couldn't even withstand a single palm from Gu Fei and ended up dying in both body and soul. Mu, you died just like that. On a distant mountaintop, the 3 cultivators on the mountaintop were shocked to the extreme when they saw a mist of blood emerge from Gu Fei's grotto. How could that person be so powerful? Wasn't he just a wandering cultivator? Someone said they were very clear about Mu Yu's cultivation. In the fallen moon god tower, Mu Yu was an elder-level existence. He was extremely powerful. We were tricked. Someone came to a realization. Alas, it was too late. A figure silently appeared on the hilltop and came behind the 3 cultivators. Speak, who sent you here? A voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The 3 cultivators were shocked and hurriedly turned around. The 3 cultivators were extremely shocked. They saw a young man dressed in black standing behind them. The young man did not give off any aura that a cultivator should have, but the 3 cultivators felt an extremely dangerous aura from the young man. If you're not going to speak, then there's no need to. Gu Fei's tone was calm without a trace of murderous intent. However, the 3 cultivators couldn't help but shiver as a chill emanated from their bodies. I'll speak. We're from the building of moon deities. We were tricked and offended, Senior. Please spare our lives, Senior. A white-robed cultivator hurriedly said. He didn't want to die. Moreover, it would be too unjust to be killed like this. The building of moon deities is one of the top 10 sects in southern Buzhou. Gu Fei was surprised to hear that these people were from the building of moon deities. He had been in the land of the sleeping dragon for quite some time. As one of the top 10 sects in southern Buzhou, how could the building of moon deities not know of his existence? A bastard from the Black Lotus Sacred Ground said that Senior has the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. So, the 3 cultivators from the fallen moon god tower hurriedly explained what had happened. They had been used as a spear by someone from the Black Lotus Sacred Land. The Black Lotus Sacred Ground. Gu Fei was surprised when he heard that. Isn't the Black Lotus sacred land one of the 10 great sects of the Buzhou Empire? Are they not that united? The 10 great sects of the south of Buzhou were of the same breadth and branches. They controlled the south of Buzhou together. This was one of the reasons why the 10 great sects could only occupy the south. Of course, the 10 sects were backed by the Ziyun clan. No superpower dared to look down on the Ziyun clan. Of course, the 10 sects were backed by the Ziyun clan. No superpower dared to look down on the Ziyun clan in Buzhou. Scram! With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the 3 cultivators immediately rolled down from the top of the mountain. The 3 cultivators were undoubtedly lucky. Gu Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so they managed to survive. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have been so lucky. Gu Fei stood on the mountain as the breeze brought a refreshing aura. He was only 1 step away from the sage-to-be realm. His cultivation had already reached the bottleneck, but it was hard for him to take that step. It seemed that he only needed to break through that thin layer of paper to become a sage-to-be, but he couldn't really break through that thin layer of paper. It seemed that he was still lacking something. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the mountain. Gu Fei's body and mind were empty, and his mind was at peace. He entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about himself and everything else. All the vital energy in his body quietened down. His entire being seemed to have fused with the surrounding void. If one didn't see him with their eyes, no one would be able to sense his existence. Some of the bigwigs had already noticed Gu Fei's presence, but they had never imagined that the person who was fighting with the peerless great beasts of the impasse realm would actually enter a state of cultivation on that small hill. Gu Fei's performance was shocking, but no one dared to provoke him. Even Ziyun Shao and the Earth Immortal Elder didn't want it. This was a person who cultivated the 9 Tao patterns. If there were no accidents, this person might be able to become a saint in the future. Even if he couldn't, he would definitely be the strongest below the saints. Most importantly, no one knew how strong Gu Fei was. No one was willing to take the risk. Everyone was just watching. Time passed. Gu Fei sat on top of the small mountain without moving. He sat there for 10 days. During these 10 days, powerful figures constantly appeared near the small mountain. Some wanted to attack Gu Fei, but they held back in the end. During these 10 days, angry roars came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. Some people saw a golden figure appear in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. On the morning of the 11th day, an extremely powerful ripple suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. The originally clear sky was quickly shrouded by dark clouds. It was as if the night had suddenly come. Blinding lightning flashed in the thick, dark clouds. The strong light illuminated the dark sky from time to time. What's going on? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Even some of the experts from the major powers were trembling in fear. They felt a supreme pressure that came from the heavens and earth. The weather has changed. Something unusual must have happened. Ziyun Shao and Earth Immortal Old Man appeared on top of a mountain again. They were shocked. The dark clouds had completely covered the sky. Could it be heaven's retribution? Earth Immortal Old Man exclaimed in shock as he carefully sensed the boundlessly powerful wave of energy descending from the sky. Heaven's retribution. Ziyun Shao was shocked. There had not been a heaven's retribution on Buzhou Ancestral Star for a long time. The last heaven's retribution happened 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, there was also a great era in the human world. During that era, there was a heaven-defying existence. When he became a half-saint, a heaven's retribution came. Although that person was a heaven-defying genius, he had only cultivated for 1,000 years before he attracted the heavenly retribution of a half-saint. He died under that heaven's retribution and failed to pass it. This showed how terrifying the legendary heaven's retribution was. Since then, there had been no more heaven's retribution on Buzhou Ancestral Star. Even when some people broke through to the half-saint realm, there was no heaven's retribution. Who is it? Who actually triggered the heavenly tribulation? The earth immortal old man's voice trembled. This was the legendary heavenly tribulation, the true power of heaven and earth. The power that was still gathering in the sky made it impossible for him to resist. Could it be him? Zi Yinshao looked at an inconspicuous little mountain 100 miles away. There was a figure sitting cross-legged there. It really is him. Earth immortal old man cried out. Something that could make him lose his composure like this was definitely no small matter. He could sense an inexplicable qi emanating from the figure on top of the hill. This qi made the power in his body feel like it was about to boil. Not good. This is the power of the tribulation. Let's retreat. Zi Yunxiao also sensed the indescribable aura that was spreading from Gu Fei's body. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately changed greatly. He hurriedly rushed into the sky and retreated into the distance. Tribulation drawing power. Earth Immortal Father's shock was no small matter. The power in his body was almost ignited by the inexplicable aura, and the power of heaven and earth gradually descended on him. I don't want to undergo heavenly tribulation. Earth Immortal Father immediately used a secret technique to suppress the restless true essence in his body and decisively left. Even in the ancient times, no one dared to get too close to someone undergoing heavenly tribulation because the person undergoing heavenly tribulation would emit a tribulation-drawing power. This tribulation-drawing power could trigger heavenly tribulation. Some cultivators who shouldn't be undergoing heavenly tribulation would also trigger heavenly tribulation if they were touched by this tribulation-drawing power. Under such circumstances, the person undergoing heavenly tribulation would definitely have no hope of surviving. Very soon, everyone in the vicinity retreated. No one wanted to undergo heavenly tribulation with Gu Fei. With the small hill as the center, all the cultivators within 1,000 miles were retreating. Heavenly tribulation, high up in the sky, within the clouds, a golden warship rushed out, breaking through the dark clouds, quickly departing. It's the Gold family of the North. The appearance of the golden warship shocked many people. It turned out that the Gold family of the North had arrived a long time ago. Only a few great figures knew that the Gold family of the North was hiding high up in the sky. How could those super forces just sit still when such a big thing happened in the South? The might of heavenly tribulation wasn't something that just anyone could resist, especially the existence of the tribulation drawing power. All the cultivators were afraid of it. Finally, after 10 days of comprehension, Gu Fei finally took that step. He successfully broke through the shackles, and a powerful force was generated in his body. The 9 chaotic Tao patterns became much clearer and no longer blurry. An aura that was close to the divine Tao spread out from Gu Fei's body. This time, Gu Fei's martial body had undergone a thorough transformation. His body and even his soul felt as if they had been reborn. The new power was tempering his martial body. Rumble! The entire area was shaking. The tribulation clouds descended from the sky and almost pressed down on the small hill. Come! Gu Fei slowly stood up from the ground and raised his head to look at the sky. A shocking battle intent erupted from his body as his gaze was filled with incomparable determination. Chapter 1943. Rumble! The dull sound of thunder came from the sky. At this time, the entire world was shrouded in dark clouds. The world was pitch black, and from time to time, lightning flashed in the sky. The strong light it emitted instantly illuminated the world. That kid is going through the tribulation. In the depths of the land of the trapped dragon, a golden figure was faintly discernible. I didn't expect this. A middle-aged man in black stood behind the golden figure and said emotionally, the kid, who often came to challenge them, had actually triggered the tribulation. At that moment, even the golden spirit corpse ape did not dare to fly high into the sky. The power of the tribulation was no joke. Once it was stained with the karma, the tribulation would probably come. Those who were not saints were all ants. Even the powerful golden spirit corpse ape did not dare to challenge the power of heaven and earth. "That kid, we can't avenge ourselves." The burning corpse gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to show himself. Before Gu Fei went through the tribulation, he was already able to beat up the burning corpse. Now that Gu Fei was going through the tribulation, if he succeeded, the burning corpse would be even less of a match for Gu Fei. "You'd better behave yourself. Next time that kid comes, you'd better stay as far away as you can." The dragon corpse glanced at the fire corpse and uttered such words. Although the burning corpse was angry, there was nothing he could do. In the world of cultivation, whoever's fist was harder was the boss. If his strength was stronger than that kid, he would have torn that kid to pieces long ago. At that moment, the power of heaven and earth was still gathering. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down, and all living beings were trembling. This was a destructive power that could not be resisted. This was the power of heaven and earth. In front of heaven and earth, everything in the world was like an ant. The cultivators near the land of the trapped dragon had already retreated thousands of miles away. Gu Fei's tribulation was too terrifying. The clouds of tribulation covered an area with a radius of thousands of miles. In front of the terrifying power of heaven and earth, everyone felt powerless. Even those who had surpassed the sect master level felt the same. However, under the tribulation, a figure stood on top of a small mountain. He looked up, and two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, looking at the clouds of tribulation in the sky. "Damned heavens, come!" Gu Fei's battle intent surged. His black hair fluttered in the wind as a towering aura erupted from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. Boom! As if responding to Gu Fei, a clap of thunder sounded above Gu Fei's head. A huge bolt of lightning instantly cut through the dark sky. The strong light of the lightning instantly illuminated the world. However, this kind of light quickly disappeared, and the world once again fell into darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. He pushed his feet against the ground and immediately transformed into a beam of primal, chaos divine light, soaring into the sky. The small hill under his feet crumbled in an instant, sending dust into the sky. Rumble! Dazzling bolts of lightning bloomed and destructive power was released. Gu Fei actually rushed into the heavy tribulation clouds in the sky. He's crazy. Isn't he courting death? He's a madman. Many big shots were watching Gu Fei. Although they were thousands of miles away, these people could still sense Gu Fei's every move. Good heavens! Is he going to fight against heaven's retribution with his body? In the depths of the land of the trapped dragon, the golden spirit corpse ape was also shocked by Gu Fei's action. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei's action was undoubtedly courting death. Other people would avoid heaven's retribution, but Yi Futian actually rushed into it head-on. While everyone was extremely shocked, Gu Fei sat in the tribulation clouds with his legs crossed, allowing the destructive lightning around him to bombard his martial body. Boom! A bolt of lightning as huge as a mountain suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds and instantly blasted Gu Fei's body. The destructive power blasted away the primal chaos, spiritual qi around Gu Fei's body. Countless snake-like electric currents flowed all over his body. Too weak. Gu Fei was hit by the lightning, but he directly withstood it with his martial body. Such a terrifying lightning bolt did not even break his clothes. The destructive power brought by the lightning bolt was guided into Gu Fei's body. He was using the power of heaven's retribution to temper his martial body. This was an extremely crazy move. Ever since Gu Fei entered the tribulation clouds, those big shots could no longer sense Gu Fei's situation. This was because the power of heaven's retribution had blocked everything. The power of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. If one tried to forcibly sense Yi Futian with divine will, it might cause a backlash from heaven's retribution. Even these big shots were unwilling to use this kind of power. What a pity! Many people felt it was a pity that they could not see Gu Fei undergoing heaven's retribution. One should know that watching others undergoing heaven's retribution was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. True experts could see many things when others were undergoing heaven's retribution. This is the heavenly retribution of a quasi-sage on a mountain thousands of miles away. Ziyun Xiao and Earth Immortal Elder were talking. My southern region is going to have a sage-to-be. Earth Immortal Elder sighed. He would never have thought that the southern region of Buzhou would have such an existence. The heavenly retribution of a sage-to-be could be said to be the most powerful and terrifying heaven's retribution to become a saint. However, in this great era, this was the first time that a heaven's retribution had appeared on the ancestral star of Buzhou. In this great era, there were many people who had become sage-to-be or even sage-to-be, but these people had not been able to trigger their own heaven's retribution. They had the power to trigger heaven's retribution, or their power was too weak to trigger heaven's retribution. Among all the experts who had risen in this great era, most of them had never experienced heaven's retribution. This is a powerful opponent. Looking at the tribulation clouds in front of him, Zi Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He was also someone who had the ambition to become a saint, and Gu Fei was naturally a strong opponent on the road to becoming a saint. Rumble, endless destructive power gathered towards Gu Fei. Soon his entire body was enveloped by the destructive lightning, but he remained motionless, allowing the power of thunder and lightning to surround his body, using heaven's retribution to temper his martial body, causing his martial body to undergo a final transformation. The power of the retribution, thunder, flowed through his body, shaking his muscles, bones, and flesh, releasing the stubborn impurities in his martial body. Under the tempering of the destructive power, Gu Fei's martial body was gradually transforming. Traces of blood seeped out of his pores. The power of heaven's retribution was so strong that even Gu Fei's martial body could not withstand it. However, Gu Fei was already prepared. He triggered the power of his inner world, and endless spiritual qi rushed out from his inner world and entered Gu Fei's body. With the replenishment of spiritual qi, Gu Fei's martial body quickly recovered. This was a process of destruction and repair, but only the person involved knew the pain. Damned heavens, I'll never give in, Gu Fei roared. Endless retribution, thunder had already enveloped his entire body. This was only the prelude to heaven's retribution. However, the first wave of retribution thunder did not severely injure Gu Fei. The retribution thunder lasted for 4 hours before stopping. He had survived the retribution thunder of the quasi-sage heavenly retribution. However, no one knew what form the second wave of heaven's retribution thunder would take. After the retribution thunder dissipated, everyone was watching nervously. The world was silent, but the retribution clouds in the sky were increasing. Then, someone saw a terrifying figure vaguely appearing in the dark clouds. Those figures were not people with flesh and blood, but illusions. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. He had never expected the heaven's retribution to have such a change. He could sense that there were many powerful fluctuations in the retribution clouds above his head. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was cursing in his heart, a ferocious beast that looked like a tiger but was not a tiger rushed out of the dark clouds and pounced at Gu Fei. Bam! Without hesitation, Gu Fei stood up from the void and threw a punch at the ferocious beast. The powerful force stopped the ferocious beast right away. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used his strongest combat skill and sent the ferocious beast flying with a single punch. Using the 8 desolation steps, he caught up to the ferocious beast in an instant and destroyed it. This was not a real ferocious beast, but an illusion formed by the power of heaven and earth. However, even though it was just an illusion, it was extremely powerful and could easily tear a pinnacle existence into pieces. Even a half-sage would be in danger if they were to come. This was the heavenly retribution of a quasi-sage. The power of this heavenly retribution was enough to destroy an area with a radius of 1,000 miles countless times over. Even for someone like Gu Fei, he felt an unprecedented amount of pressure from this heavenly retribution of a quasi-sage. He could sense the danger. If he were to fail the heavenly retribution, his body and soul would be destroyed, leaving nothing behind. After Gu Fei destroyed one of the ferocious beasts, another 2 ferocious beasts rushed out of the calamity clouds. These 2 ferocious beasts had the combat strength of a quasi-sage. Humph! Gu Fei charged forward and fought with the 2 ferocious beasts. Terrifying energy ripples spread in all directions. He knew that these 2 ferocious beasts were terrifying. Even if a quasi-sage were to come, he would not be able to guarantee that he would not be injured. These were the supreme ferocious beasts that had once become sages on Buzhou Ancestral Star. These were the marks of the great Tao that these sage-level ferocious beasts had left on the heaven's way. When Gu Fei was going through the heavenly retribution, these marks of the great Tao would be activated. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was fighting with the 2 ferocious beasts, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the depths of the calamity clouds. A gigantic figure broke through the layers of calamity clouds and pounced at Gu Fei. This is, after repelling the 2 ferocious beasts, Gu Fei saw the ferocious beast that had just charged at him. He could not help but feel a little dazed when he saw the ferocious beast. This ferocious beast was actually a huge dragon. Preposterous! Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. He displayed his ultimate combat strength and struck out with the chaotic fist. Rumble, the powerful force, shook the heavens and the earth. Even the power of the heavenly retribution could not suppress it. With the chaotic fist, Gu Fei successfully repelled the 3 ferocious beasts. Chapter 1944. When a sage breaks through the heavenly Tao, he or she would leave a unique mark of the great Tao on the heavenly Tao. This mark of the great Tao would fuse with the heavenly Tao. Even if the sage were to perish, the mark of the great Tao would not disappear. Roar! The beasts roared. Above the dark sky, balls of dazzling divine light lit up. One after another, ferocious beasts appeared in the sky. Each of these beasts had the battle strength of a peak quasi-sage. The entire world was shaking. These were all beasts that had once become sages. Beasts had their own Tao of beasts. Beasts that could become sages were definitely the strongest among the sage realm beings. The ancestral star of Buzhou was vast and boundless. During the ancient times, countless beasts had appeared. In the sky of the unseen world, the marks left behind by these beasts were constantly reviving. Kill! Gu Fei's battle intent soared. He grabbed a beast with both hands and tore it into 2, causing fresh blood to splatter all over his body. Although the sacred beast that Gu Fei had torn apart wasn't a true life form with flesh and blood, the situation that Gu Fei was in was as real as if he had really killed a sacred beast. Gu Fei felt as though he was in a dreamlike battle. He did not dare to let his guard down. If he were to let his guard down, he might just perish here. Bam! A pitch-black beast claw tore through the tribulation clouds in the sky and clawed at Gu Fei. The power of destruction spread out from the beast claw, causing the void below to be locked. Humph! Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious. His gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he threw out a punch. An invincible aura erupted from his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the black beast claw that came down from the sky. The black beast claw retreated, but Gu Fei was struck down from the sky by the beast claw. Bam! Gu Fei's feet stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A large area of the ground beneath his feet exploded and then collapsed downwards. Again, Gu Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and soared into the sky again. A fierce battle broke out. Close to 100 beasts, marks, awakened in the sky. Gu Fei fought the beasts alone. No matter how strong his martial body was, it was still shattered by the beasts a few times. However, Gu Fei's martial body had reached the stage where he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. It was not an easy task for these beasts to kill Gu Fei. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Nearly 100 beasts' marks had awakened. To ordinary people, this was definitely a sure-death situation, even if these beasts only displayed the strength of a quasi-sage realm. Even though these beasts only displayed the combat strength of quasi-sages, no one could fight against 100 quasi-sages at the same time. Gu Fei was undergoing the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-sage. The beasts could only display the combat strength of a quasi-sage. Although the heavens and earth were heartless, they still left a slim chance of survival for those undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Amidst the endless tribulation clouds, Gu Fei fought against the beasts. This was like a real battlefield. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Hideous bloody scars could be seen on his primal chaos divine fists. When a martial body was shattered, it could be reconstructed in an instant. Moreover, every time Gu Fei's martial body was shattered, the reconstructed martial body would become even stronger. Boom! Another beast's head was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. The beast's marks turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, returning to the heavenly Tao. Yet another beast was defeated. However, Gu Fei was not happy at all. This was because there were still dozens of beasts around him. Damned heavens, you want me to die? I won't. Gu Fei pointed at the sky and roared. His battle intent was still as strong as ever. His entire body emitted an unprecedentedly powerful wave. So what if it's the heavens and earth? I will destroy the heavens and crush the earth. Roar! As if threatened, the dozens of beasts around Gu Fei roared and pounced at Gu Fei at the same time. This was equivalent to dozens of quasi-saints attacking him at the same time. In an instant, the place where Gu Fei stood was turned into chaos. Nothing was left behind. Even Gu Fei's martial body was destroyed by the power of the dozens of beasts. Too powerful! Outside the range of the heavenly tribulation, the cultivators gathered outside could feel a terrifying force erupting from the heavenly tribulation. Who can still survive a heavenly tribulation like this? Zi Yunxiao was extremely shocked. He came from the Xin clan and was the pride of the clan. However, even he did not trigger the heavenly tribulation of quasi-saints when he became a quasi-saint. The Earth Immortal Elder had cultivated for a much longer time than Zi Yunxiao, but he did not experience any heavenly tribulation either. However, they all knew that cultivators who had experienced the heavenly tribulation were much stronger than those who had not. As long as they could successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation, they would basically be invincible among those of the same level. This person is more terrifying than I imagined. On the golden worship, the golden figure appeared once again. Kill, kill, kill! Gu Fei's martial body instantly reformed. He charged into the crowd of beasts and attacked with all his might. Chaotic force surged from his hands, shattering the beasts one after another before returning to the heavenly path. Gods will kill gods and Buddhas will kill Buddhas. Let's see what the damned heavens can do to me. Gu Fei had completely given up on defending. To him, the strongest attack was the best defense. As a result, even though he had successfully repelled the 5 or 6 beast phantoms back to the heavenly way, his body had also suffered heavy injuries. However, Gu Fei's martial body was extremely powerful. He could instantly recover from the injuries on his martial body, but his soul was still impacted. To Gu Fei, this was the fatal part. Damage to his soul was no trivial matter. However, Gu Fei cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret art of emergence. Even if his soul was shattered, he could still reassemble it, so it was not a big deal. Gu Fei gave it his all. Regardless of the consequences, he used the secret art of emergence to recover whenever he was injured. Very soon, the remaining beasts were continuously repelled back to the heavenly path. In the end, only the 3 strongest beasts were fighting against Gu Fei. I'll succeed after killing these 3. Gu Fei was incomparably excited, but he still felt uneasy. The power of the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of dissipating. What was going on? If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the heaven's emergence secret art, one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, he would have been killed by the 100 beasts. However, the heavenly tribulation still did not dissipate. Could it be that the heavenly path was going to send down some more powerful tribulation? Damned heavens, use whatever tricks you have. Chapter 1945. Gu Fei fought the hundreds of beasts in a frenzy. Relying on the mysterious power of the Heaven Ascension's secret technique, he forced nearly 100 sacred beasts back into the heavenly Tao, leaving only the 3 strongest sacred beasts. These 3 sacred beasts transformed into the original forms of the sacred beasts. These were the 3 legendary divine beasts: the purple gold divine dragon, the golden roc, and a divine phoenix. Faced with these 3 legendary divine beasts, Gu Fei's battle intent was unwavering. These were the 3 terrifying divine beasts that ruled the land during the ancient times. The purple gold divine dragon was the royalty of the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon bloodline in them was thicker than the average member of the dragon clan. This was the direct bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The golden roc had a powerful background as well. This was a divine beast born from the heavens and earth. It was born to feed on dragons and could be said to be the nemesis of the dragon clan. However, the golden roc could not gain any advantage against the royalty of the dragon clan. The body of the divine phoenix was shrouded in 5-colored divine light. This was the power of the 5 elements. This divine phoenix had cultivated the 5 elements' great technique. In terms of strength, it was definitely not weaker than the purple gold divine dragon or the golden roc. Without hesitation, Gu Fei charged towards the 3 divine beasts. This was an earth-shattering battle. Gu Fei did not use his divine weapon of the great path. He only used his own strength to fight the heavenly tribulation. This way, he could continuously stimulate the potential of his martial body and stabilize his cultivation level. The left half of Gu Fei's body was clawed by the purple gold divine dragon's claw and turned into a bloody mist. He flew backwards, dodging the attack of the golden roc. However, the divine phoenix spat out divine fire and charged towards him. The terrifying divine fire instantly enveloped the right half of Gu Fei's body and burned it to ashes. The 3 divine beasts attacked with all their might. Their combat strength was astonishing. In just a dozen moves, they had destroyed Gu Fei's martial body. This combat strength was enough to kill a peak quasi-sage. Roar! A wave of spiritual will appeared. Then, a faint and illusory figure appeared. Soon, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. This kind of attack could not truly harm his life. Shwa! Gu Fei displayed the fastest speed in the world. With just a single step, he had already arrived behind the purple gold divine dragon. Then he grabbed the dragon's tail with both hands and spun the dragon's gigantic body. Boom! The earth trembled. The purple gold divine dragon was directly thrown down from the sky by Gu Fei, smashing a dragon-shaped crater in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Bang! At the same time, Gu Fei used the desolate steps and instantly arrived above the divine phoenix's head. Then, he stomped down on the 5-colored divine phoenix. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from under Gu Fei's feet. The power of this stomp was too terrifying. The void under his feet was collapsing, and pitch-black spatial cracks suddenly appeared. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills. Even the divine phoenix was trampled down by Gu Fei's stomp. Gu Fei displayed his unparalleled combat power. In an instant, he had beaten two extremely powerful mythological beasts down from the sky. The remaining goldenrod dodged. Even during the ancient times, very few experts could match the speed of the golden-winged Great Peng. Gu Fei competed with the divine bird in terms of speed. The two figures moved rapidly in the void. In the end, the divine bird was still caught up by Gu Fei. With a single punch, the divine bird was almost beaten back to the heavenly way. These three mythological beasts were not ordinary. Even if Gu Fei attacked with all his might, it would be difficult for him to destroy their bodies. The purple gold divine dragon and the divine phoenix rushed up from the ground again and joined the battle. This forced Gu Fei, who had wanted to follow up his victory and finish off the great golden-winged Peng, to stop. Roar! The purple gold divine dragon roared and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of purple gold divine fire at Gu Fei. The space enveloped by the divine fire was silently annihilated. Humph! Gu Fei ignored the purple gold divine fire and instantly passed through it. Then he punched the purple gold divine dragon's head. Bang! The purple gold divine dragon's head instantly exploded. Then the entire body of the purple gold divine dragon collapsed, turning into specks of purple light that disappeared between the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that even an existence like the purple gold divine dragon could not avoid it. With a single punch, the purple gold divine dragon had no choice but to return to the heavenly way. Actually, in order to beat the purple gold divine dragon back to the heavenly way, Gu Fei used two secret techniques. One was the 8 steps extreme speed, and the other was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void technique. Using these two secret techniques at the same time caused Gu Fei's speed to more than double. With such speed, even the purple gold divine dragon had no chance of evading. Whoosh! Gu Fei seemed to have melded with the heavens and the earth. In an instant, he caught up to the rock and appeared on the rock's back. He stepped on the bird, and no matter how much the bird shook or flew, it could not shake Gu Fei off its back. Bang! The rock exploded, turning into countless spiritual lights that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. A figure walked out. In order to slay these 3 divine beasts, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the 9 secrets of the immortal path. With the support of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, his combat strength sword and a faint aura of the immortal path appeared on his body. The 3 divine beasts were beaten back to the heavenly way. Just as Gu Fei had expected, the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, the destructive force grew even stronger. Rumble! The pitch-black tribulation clouds roiled as endless lightning flashed. The power of the heavenly thunder condensed into one figure after another. These figures looked like supreme saints from ancient times. They descended from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying destructive force as they pressed towards Gu Fei. There seemed to be quite a few buildings behind them, formed from lightning as well. They looked like heavenly palaces that exuded an aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. The heavenly palaces of legends. How could this be? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Why was this tribulation so strange? Was this the reappearance of the immortal court established by the Violet Cloud Sovereign? The ancestral star of Buzhou had once produced a Violet Cloud Sovereign. He was extremely powerful and had established the immortal court. It was rumored that the heavenly palaces were his temporary imperial residence. Whenever he issued orders, all the races in the world would obey. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Was he going to have to fight all the experts of the ancestral star of Buzhou? He had never seen such a tribulation before. Preposterous! Gu Fei had the urge to go crazy. How could he live like this? However, there was no time for Gu Fei to think too much at this moment, because the blurry figure formed by the 9 bolts of lightning was already right before him. Bam! One of the figures made a move at Gu Fei. The aura of the Saint Tao spread out from the figure's palm, and a heaven-devouring force pulled Gu Fei over. Boom! The void trembled as a black hole appeared in the figure's palm, intending to devour Gu Fei into it. Damned heaven, I won't die. What can you do to me? A violent aura burst out from Gu Fei. His battle intent was extremely firm. Even if he had to fight all the saint-level experts of the ancestral star Buzhou, he would not back down. He reached out his hand and unleashed the heaven-shrouding palm. The power of the heaven-shrouding palm not only stopped the great technique of the saint-level expert of the ancestral star of Buzhou, but it also enveloped the other 8 saints of the ancestral star. The 9 figures were all saint-level experts that once appeared on the ancestral star of Buzhou. The marks of the great Tao left behind by the 9 saint-level experts turned into 9 figures. Although the 9 figures only had the cultivation of a saint-level expert, they were still conjured by the marks of the saint-level experts, which made them much stronger than the average saint-level expert. You are all my stepping stones. Gu Fei's confidence was incomparably firm. He viewed the opponent formed by the 9 saint seals as a stepping stone. His spirit wasn't something that ordinary people could possess. The battle erupted. This time, the 9 figures were clearly much stronger than the 100 beasts from before. They were the marks of the great Tao left behind by the experts of the saint level in the heavenly Tao. The 9 figures unleashed 9 great techniques. Gu Fei's martial body was constantly being blasted apart. Even though he had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he was still in danger. He could feel the vitality of his martial body being continuously worn away. Even his soul was being severely injured. If it wasn't for the art of ascension, he would have been killed long ago. No one knew what Gu Fei was facing. The place where Gu Fei was shrouded by the heavenly Tao. No one could sense what was going on inside, unless a saint came. However, the supreme aura of destruction emitted by the heavenly tribulation caused everything in the world to tremble, and even those great figures were extremely shocked. Roar, I'll give it my all. Gu Fei had no choice but to give it his all after his martial body was blasted apart. He no longer held anything back and immediately displayed his strongest battle prowess. Divine Snatch. A ball of divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's brows. A purple-gold vortex appeared between his brows. The surrounding worldly essence immediately gathered towards the vortex. The divine light on the 9 figures was shaken as well. The vortex between Gu Fei's brows kept devouring it. The marks of the great Tao were merely the indestructible will of a saint. As long as the indestructible will was devoured, the 9 figures would naturally be sent back to the heavenly Tao. The 9 secrets of the immortal path were indeed invincible divine techniques. The 9 figures were unable to break free from the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's brows. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 figures suddenly erupted with unprecedented power. They wanted to break free from the shackles of the divine snatch. However, Gu Fei was also fighting for his life at this time. Boom! The space in front of Gu Fei's brows trembled. Divine patterns of the great Tao appeared indistinctly, interweaving into mysterious patterns. The world of muscles and bones forcibly restrained the 9 figures. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The clothes on his upper body exploded. 9 divine patterns of chaos appeared on his body. An extremely powerful wave erupted from his body. He had no choice but to use the secret technique of ascension. Chapter 1946. Rumble, the world shook. Gu Fei had used the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal way to seal the space, binding the 9 terrifying figures at the same time. This was truly a crazy move. However, no one could sense his crazy move. The space sealed by Gu Fei trembled. The 9 figures wanted to charge out, but the 9 secrets of the immortal way were supreme immortal techniques created by the supreme Taoist ancestor. Not only could it devour the soul of its opponent, but it could also gather the ordinary essence of the world and devour it into Gu Fei's body. However, the 9 figures were formed from the imprints of the great ways left behind by the invincible saints of the ancient times, after all. They bore the undying will of the saints. Seeing that they could not charge out, the 9 figures attacked Gu Fei together. Boom! Without any suspense, Gu Fei's martial body exploded once again with a loud sound, turning into a bloody mist. However, something shocking happened at that moment. Rumble! The bloody mist formed by Gu Fei's martial body circulated. A huge blood-colored vortex appeared in the air, and an extremely terrifying devouring power surged out from the vortex. Whoosh! A beam of misty immortal light was devoured by the devouring force generated by the blood-red vortex. An unfathomable power erupted from the blood-red vortex. The figure that was swallowed by the vortex quickly dissipated. An extremely powerful power was being refined. Soon, a mark rushed out of the blood-colored vortex and disappeared high up in the sky. Finally, one of the figures formed by the 9 imprints was forced back into the heavenly ways by Gu Fei. To a certain extent, Gu Fei was not fighting against the imprints, but challenging the heavenly ways. The heavenly ways were the great ways of the world. Only by becoming a saint could one trample on the great ways of the world. It was the powerful essence of a quasi-saint. After being devoured by Gu Fei, his battle prowess was immediately restored. He cultivated the secret technique of returning truth, which allowed him to convert all the essence in the world into the most primitive essence for his martial body to absorb. The vortex devoured the essence of the world, including the power of the heavenly tribulations. The black tribulation clouds churned and bolts of lightning constantly bombarded where Gu Fei was. A portion of the power was devoured by Gu Fei. The vortex gradually grew larger, and the devouring power grew stronger. In the end, it emitted a terrifying fluctuation that could even devour the world. When others underwent their tribulations, they would naturally try to resist them. Not Gu Fei, who dared to attract the power of the tribulation to himself and devour it. Such an action was absolutely crazy. Since ancient times, only Gu Fei had dared to do such a thing. The remaining 8 figures were completely imprisoned. Without any suspense, the figures dissipated one by one. Their essence was devoured, and in the end Gu Fei was created. Boom! When the 9th saint's imprint of the great ways returned to the heavenly ways, the power of the heavenly tribulations finally erupted. With a loud noise, with Gu Fei at the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly turned into powder. Nothing was left. The endless black tribulation, clouds churned violently. Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared, and deafening thunder sounded between heaven and earth. That person should not be able to withstand such power. Zi Yunxiao whispered on the top of a mountain in the distance. The power of the heavenly tribulations was too frightening. Even he was not confident that he could contend with such destructive power. It's hard to say. The person who can attract the heavenly tribulations should not be simple. Next to Zi Yunxiao, the white-haired, ruddy earth immortal elder did not think so. After all, after the untainted world was broken, the new world that had been formed was no longer the untainted world. In the new world, the heavenly tribulations had become very rare. Only a heaven-defying existence could attract the heavenly tribulations. Moreover, if such an existence grew up, he would definitely be invincible among his peers. You're right. This kind of person can no longer be looked at normally. Zi Yunxiao could not help but nod. Although the heavenly tribulations were terrifying, the person undergoing them might be even more terrifying. Yes, the tribulation clouds have changed. At that moment, the black tribulation clouds that enveloped 1,000 miles ahead began to churn and gradually shrink. This phenomenon was immediately sensed by the big shots. That person has succeeded. High up in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship, the slender figure suddenly moved. Where did this person come from? How could he resist such a terrifying, heavenly tribulations? Behind the veiled woman stood an old man. Two resplendent rays of light shot out of the old man's eyes as a vague aura emanated from the old man's body. We need to investigate. Such a person is worthy of our Gold family's attention. The veiled woman said, "The Gold family of the Northern Territory was a giant in the cultivation world. They had dominated the northern region of the ancestral planet for countless years. No one could shake their position. The ancestor of the Gold family was a Gold sovereign. He cultivated the metal grand Tao of the 5 elements and became an invincible sovereign in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The era of the Gold sovereign was even later than the era of the Violet Cloud sovereign. The Gold sovereign only attained the Tao 70,000 to 80,000 years after the Violet Cloud sovereign fell. There was only one supremacy. Only when another supremacy was not on an ancestral planet could a new supremacy be born on that ancestral planet. Regardless of whether the Violet Cloud Supreme had fallen or left, the immortal court had still fallen apart, and the Golden Supreme had also attained the Tao later on. The Gold family of the Northern Territory was the descendant of the Gold sovereign. This was the inheritance of the sovereign. Naturally, they could contend against the Violet Cloud clan of the Southern Territory. In the ancestral planet of Buzhou, the Violet Cloud clan and the Gold family were ancient clans that had existed for countless years. For millions of years, no other power could replace them. At this time, the tribulation clouds that covered 1,000 miles were retreating. The power of the heavenly tribulation was also fading. Several hours later, the terrifying pressure in the surroundings disappeared completely. The black tribulation clouds also disappeared in the void as if they had never appeared. When everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded and speechless. The ground in front of them seemed to have been shaved off. What appeared in front of them was a huge crater. The crater was 1,000 miles wide. It was a power that could destroy heaven and earth. This power was too terrifying. Within 1,000 miles, be it the mountains, the rivers, the lakes, or even the boulders, they were all turned into dust. The world was heartless to send down such a heavenly tribulation. Where's the one undergoing the tribulation? Everyone noticed that they could no longer sense the aura of the person undergoing the tribulation. That person is dead. Everyone was bewildered. Even Zi and Xiao and the other great figures were extremely shocked. The heavenly tribulation destroys heaven and earth, wiping out everything and destroying everything. That person might not have been able to make it, Lu Di Xianwing said. Lu Di Immortal Wing had a look of regret on his face. He actually died under the heavenly tribulation for such a mission, missing this opportunity. This made him feel a little sad. I didn't expect this to be the result. High in the sky, on the deck of the golden warship, the veiled woman sighed. A heaven-defying figure had fallen, just like that. She had thought that there would be a powerful opponent, but this was the result. Fighting against the heavens, most people end up like this. The elder standing behind the veiled woman said, "There's one less opponent on the road to becoming a saint." Someone sighed. Roar. An angry roar was heard from afar. That roar woke everyone up with a start. The direction of the roar was the land of the trapped dragon. The land of the trapped dragon happened to be at the edge of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, it was unable to shake that place. There was a mysterious power protecting that place. What is that? An endless aura of death rose from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. Within the aura of death, there were rays of golden light flashing. A golden figure was faintly discernible. Oh, could it be the legendary golden spiritual ape? On the golden warship, the elder seemed to have noticed something. His wrinkled face showed a trace of surprise for the first time. "Ancestor, Are you talking about the divine ape that fought with the sovereign ancestor for 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated? The veiled woman was shocked. If it really was that divine ape, then this divine ape had lived for a long time. In the genealogy of the Gold Clan, there was one thing recorded. Since this matter could be recorded in the genealogy of the Gold Clan, it was of course an extraordinary thing. The genealogy recorded the last battle before the Gold Sovereign achieved the way. His opponent in that battle was a golden spiritual ape. That golden spiritual ape was extremely powerful. If it had not been defeated by the Gold Sovereign, the divine ape might have achieved the way and become an invincible supreme in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The result of that battle was that the Gold Sovereign won and the golden spiritual ape was defeated. According to the legends, the golden spiritual ape was the strongest opponent of the Gold Sovereign on the road to supremacy. That kid is dead. A loud shout came from the depths of the land of the trapped dragon. The whole world was shaking. How is that possible? I haven't fought enough yet. How could that kid be dead? The golden spiritual ape roared. When he fought with Gu Fei, he also gained a lot. But now, Gu Fei seemed to have died under the heavens' tribulation. This made him very unhappy. Everyone was shocked. This extremely dangerous place was really terrifying. There was actually such a powerful existence. Such an existence was probably much stronger than the sect master level semi-saints. The Gold Clan. At that moment, the golden spiritual ape in the dangerous place noticed the golden worship in the distant sky. 2 rays of golden light shot out from the aura of death and scanned the golden worship. The bloodline of the Gold Sovereign. Chapter 1947. Rumble! The entire land of the sleeping dragon was shaking with muffled sounds of thunder. The sound of iron chains colliding with each other was heard, as if a terrifying existence was about to break out of the land of the sleeping dragon. Humph! The golden spirit corpse ape sneered. It seemed to be a little worried about the terrifying existence in the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon, so it had to descend from the sky and disappear from everyone's sight. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. In the sky above the land of the sleeping dragon, the endless chi of death was tumbling. In the end, the chi of death actually condensed into an extremely huge figure. What is that? Is there something even more terrifying in the impasse land other than the golden spirit ape? Everyone was stunned by the scene. The golden spirit corpse ape was already powerful enough, but no one could have imagined that there was an even more powerful existence in the impasse land. A terrifying atmosphere of coercion swept through most of the southern region. Countless cultivators were able to sense the waves of coercion, and they were all shocked to the extreme. Could such a powerful existence be a cultivator of the saint level? Many people had such doubts. However, the existence of the saint level had long been extinct in the human world. The world that was formed after the untainted land was broken did not seem to be suitable for the existence of cultivators of the saint level. However, it was hard for others to imagine the means of a cultivator of the saint level. Perhaps such a figure would use some special means to hide in the human world. Fortunately, the terrifying might did not last long and began to recede. The huge figure in the sky above the land of the sleeping dragon also dissipated. In the end, the impasse land completely calmed down. However, for a very long time, the practitioners in the nearby regions still did not recover from the shock. The scene just now was too shocking. What's going on? How could there be such a place in the southern region? How could we not know about it? Ziyun Xiao did not look so good. After all, the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou was the territory of the Ziyun clan. How could such a thing happen in their territory? It seems that something is imprisoned in there, Lu Di Xianwing said. Lu Di Xianwing seemed to have realized something when he said this. However, the mysterious existence in the danger zone made his heart palpitate. Even they did not know the origin of the mysterious existence, let alone the others. Ancestor, what is that? The veiled woman asked the old man in the golden warship, high up in the sky. The old man was an important existence in the Gold family. He was worried about his successor on this trip to the southern region, so he had come as well. Within the Gold family, there were different branches. Back then, the Gold sovereign had 3 sons. These 3 sons all established their own families. After countless years, the 3 bloodlines of the Gold family gradually formed a tripartite balance in the north. They all respected the Gold sovereign, but they each did their own thing. To a certain extent, the 3 great bloodlines left behind by the Golden sovereign were in a competitive relationship. What it is has nothing to do with us. The people from the Xian clan and the South Pole Immortal Manor are going to have a headache. The old man calmly spoke. In the current world, no one could unify the Buzhou ancestral planet. The relationship between the Gold clan and the Xian clan had never been good to begin with. Old ancestor is right. The masked woman nodded. Humph. I didn't think Zi Yunxiao from the Xian clan would come as well. 2 beams of resplendent golden light suddenly shot out from the masked woman's eyes. A wave of battle intent spread from her slender body. Yes. At this moment, Zi Yunxiao sensed something from the top of the mountain. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. The golden goddess of the Gold clan. He could sense the golden goddess's battle intent that was directed at him. At his level of cultivation, he could instantly sense anyone who was hostile to him. That person died to the heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that I can't fight him. But this golden goddess is a good opponent, Zi Yunxiao muttered to himself. Zi Yunxiao muttered to himself. His body was also bursting with battle intent. Brother Xian, the Gold clan, is a fierce dragon that doesn't cross the river. The Earth Immortal Father looked at the golden warship in the distance with a serious expression. The Gold clan was the descendant of a sovereign. They were extraordinary. Humph, my Xian clan isn't to be trifled with either. After saying that, Zi Yunxiao soared into the sky and flew towards the golden warship. Sigh, young people are really impulsive. The Earth Immortal Father couldn't help but shake his head. Zi Yunxiao was the pride of the Xian clan, so he was naturally arrogant. Now the golden goddess of the Gold clan had provoked his battle intent. Look, isn't that young Master Yunxiao? Someone saw Zi Yunxiao soaring into the sky and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Everyone in the southern region of planet Buzhou had heard of young Master Yunxiao's name. He was the most outstanding figure of the Xian clan in the past 1,000 years. Young Master Yunxiao cultivated for less than 500 years and became a quasi-sage. Even some seniors who cultivated for a lifetime might not be a match for him. Young Master Yunxiao's physique was definitely at a heaven-defying level. Some people said that young Master Yunxiao had the great 5 elements divine body. This kind of physique naturally fused with the great 5 elements essence qi. It could be said that cultivating the great 5 elements art was twice the result with half the effort. However, no one in the southern region had actually seen young Master Yunxiao fight. No one could confirm whether he really had the great 5 elements physique or not. Do you want to fight? Very soon, Zi Yunxiao landed on the deck of the golden warship. He stared at a figure in the hold of the warship as he spoke in a flat tone. He was very direct, so direct that even the golden goddess in the cabin was a little surprised. The golden goddess stood up and walked out of the cabin step by step. Then she stood in front of Zi Yunxiao. Behind the golden mask, a pair of sparkling golden eyes stared at Zi Yunxiao. So the golden goddess is here. Someone recognized the silhouette on the deck. There weren't many people who dared to go against the Xian clan in Buzhou ancestral planet. The golden goddess was one of them. Young Master Yunxiao and the golden goddess were going to fight. This was definitely not a trivial matter. Everyone was extremely nervous, especially the cultivators from the southern region. Let's fight then. The golden goddess was very straightforward. Very well. Zi Yunxiao nodded. Then his aura began to soar. His long hair began to move despite the absence of wind, fluttering behind his head. The golden goddess did not show any weakness either. Her battle intent erupted as well. However, just as the two young cultivators were about to fight, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the void. What? This is... Zi Yunxiao and the golden goddess were shocked. Then, specks of light appeared above the pit formed by the heavenly tribulation. The aura of a person who was thought to have died to the heavenly tribulation appeared. How is this possible? Chapter 1948. Above the pit formed by the heavens' tribulation, specks of godly light flickered. Then, the lights began to gather and form a ball of light. Within the ball of light, a silhouette gradually appeared. Seeing this, everyone was astounded. The person who triggered the heavens' tribulation was still alive. At this moment, even Zi Yunxiao and the golden goddess stopped their actions. They stared at the ball of godly light in the distance with disbelief on their faces. What's going on? How did he survive a heavens' tribulation of this level? Zi Yunxiao mumbled to himself. One should know that even he only had a 50-50 chance of surviving a heavens' tribulation like the one before. What kind of secret technique is this? It can reassemble the soul and reconstruct the body. An old voice rang out from the cabin of the golden warship. Then a tall and sturdy old man walked out of the cabin. So Senior Ao Chang is here too. Seeing this old man, even Zi Yunxiao had no choice but to be careful. This old man was a ruthless character. He had once killed the 18 demonic humans that occupied the Black Wind Mountain with his own strength. His battle strength was definitely at the peak. Some people said that this old man tried to break through to the sacred realm a few years ago. However, no one knew if he succeeded or not. No one dared to underestimate someone who managed to break through to the sacred realm. Such an existence's cultivation base and battle strength were unimaginable to others. Although a cultivator's strength could be determined based on their cultivation base, the so-called half-saints and demigods were as weak as ants in front of this old man. Such a big thing happened. Why didn't the old men of the Zi Yun clan come out? The Ao Chang old man glanced at Zi Yunxiao and said, Zi Yunxiao was the most outstanding disciple of the Zi Yun clan. Today he was indeed capable. Zi Yunxiao's cultivation base was exposed in the Ao Chang old man's eyes. It was difficult to hide it. The ancestors have been away from the world for many years. When Zi Yunxiao heard the Ao Chang old man calling the ancestors of the Zi Yun clan old men, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, because the Ao Chang old man had the right to call them that. One should know that the Ao Chang old man had started cultivating even earlier than the ancestors of the Zi Yun clan. Could it be that those old fellows are really going to break through to the saint level? Elder Ao Tsang's expression changed when he heard that. Something so big had happened in the territory of the Zun clan, yet those old men still hadn't appeared. They must have something important to do and couldn't spare themselves. At their level of cultivation, there was nothing more important than breaking through to the saint level. Zi Yunxiao was shocked as well. After all, this was a great secret of the Ziyun clan. Only the core members of the clan would be told. Just as Zi Yunxiao was at a loss as to what to do, a powerful ripple suddenly exploded in the sky. Rumble! The world was shaking, and the essence of the world gathered towards the divine light from all directions. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and a gust of wind rose between heaven and earth. I'm really about to be reborn. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The figure in the divine light gradually changed color and became clear. There were 9 Tao patterns on the divine light. 9 Tao patterns. Elder Ao Tsang stared at the divine light in shock. His voice was trembling. The 9 Tao patterns of the sainthood were the foundation of becoming a saint. With this foundation, the chances of becoming a saint would increase greatly. Die. Just as everyone was still in shock, a furious roar arose. Then a silhouette shot up into the sky and headed towards the divine light. What? Everyone was shocked. Someone was attacking the person who was undergoing the saint ascension. Boom! Powerful divine energy transformed into rays of light that pierced through the divine light. Someone did not want to see Gu Fei's rebirth, so he attacked without mercy. Whoosh! More than a dozen divine rainbows were like heavenly spears, instantly piercing into the ball of divine light. However, a shocking scene appeared. The divine rainbows gradually dissipated, turning into specks of spiritual light that entered the figure inside the divine light. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person was too abnormal. He was actually devouring the essence of his opponent. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Turning the opponent's spiritual energy into his own? Could this person be using the art of infinite transformation? Zi Yunxiao said in shock. He had his suspicions, but the person's technique did not have a trace of demonic aura. It was probably not a demonic technique. Legend has it that there is a secret technique in the 9 secrets of the immortal path that can turn all spiritual energy in the world into the most primal form of spiritual energy. Ao Chang'ezer stared at the godly light for a while before he said something like that. With his experience, he naturally knew a lot of things that others did not. That person really did cultivate the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Zi Yunxiao was shocked. The legendary 9 secrets of the immortal path. Even when the purple cloud sovereign established the immortal court and ruled over a galaxy with life, he did not obtain such a supreme, secret technique. The 9 secret techniques of the immortal path were lost in the primordial era. Since then, no one has been able to collect all 9 secret techniques. At this time, Lu Xianning also flew onto the golden warship. Greetings, Senior Ao Tsang. Lu Xianning did not dare to tarry and quickly bowed to Elder Ao Tsang. Old man Ao Chang merely glanced at Lu Dixian once before nodding. Roar! At this time, the person who attacked Gu Fei was in trouble. He was being sucked in by a powerful suction force, unable to break free. Specks of light kept seeping out of his body, a sign that the spiritual energy he cultivated was being drained away. You're a devil, the person roared, trying his best to break free from the suction force. However, the more he struggled, the faster his spiritual energy was being drained away. The specks of light were being devoured by the silhouette sitting in the divine light. This was a half-saint, yet he could not resist at all in front of the person who was undergoing tribulation. This shocked everyone. Gu Fei did not let the person who attacked him go. The world of cultivation was cruel. If he let the person go, there was no guarantee that he would not be bitten back in the future. The best way to deal with an enemy was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The person's spiritual energy continued to drain away. Soon, the powerful half-saint turned into a dried corpse. Not even his primordial spirit could escape. Fellow Taoist, you're too cruel. Someone shouted angrily. Humph, you can attack me too if you have the ability. Gu Fei did not waste any time and said this. He had already locked onto the aura of that cultivator. It was a middle-aged Taoist. That person's expression changed after hearing this. However, he did not attack Gu Fei. No one would joke around with their life. What Gu Fei needed the most right now was the spiritual energy of the world. He was heavily injured by the final burst of energy from the tribulation. Not only his body, but even his soul was shattered. If he did not cultivate the Heaven Ascension secret art, his body and soul would have been completely annihilated. He used the Heaven Ascension secret art to reform his soul and body. He came back to life, but the consumption was huge. He had no choice but to use the spiritual energy of the world to replenish his spiritual energy. No one dared to attack Gu Fei anymore. Soon, the divine light outside Gu Fei's body disappeared. An extremely powerful pressure spread out from his body like a saint had descended. This was the aura of a quasi-saint. The reconstructed martial body was extremely powerful. 9 Tao patterns were imprinted on Gu Fei's flesh and blood. The originally blurry Tao patterns were now much clearer. The real 9 Tao patterns would only be condensed when one became a saint. If one could not become a saint, the 9 Tao patterns would always be in their embryonic form. It would be difficult for them to transform. This also meant that this person's cultivation would stop there. His cultivation realm would no longer increase. At this time, with strong enemies around, Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He had already opened 3 inner worlds and continuously guided the spiritual energy of the world from the 3 inner worlds. His quasi-saint martial body was like a hungry dragon that swallowed the endless water in a big river. The quasi-saint martial body was the strongest martial body below the saint martial body. The quasi-saint martial body could contain too much spiritual energy. It was difficult for Gu Fei to completely recover in a short time. Zi Yunxiao and the Golden Goddess both wanted to fight with Gu Fei, but they would not do so at this time. After all, they wanted to fight Gu Fei in his strongest state, not the current Gu Fei. However, although they did not do anything, it did not mean that others would not do so. It should be known that Gu Fei had killed his way into the Skyless sect and offended many people. Normally, those people would not dare to cause trouble for Gu Fei. However, it was different now. Someone wanted to take advantage of Gu Fei's weakness to eliminate him. Whoosh! A large net appeared in the sky and fell down on Gu Fei's head. Someone wanted to capture Gu Fei and then refine him into ashes. The large net was a fire net that emitted a terrifying heat. It was the solar true fire that could burn everything in the world. It's the solar divine fire net of ancestor Qingyang. Someone recognized the origin of the large net. Ancestor Qingyang was an expert from the Archean age who had disappeared for countless years. However, although he had disappeared, his teachings had been passed down. The Qingyang Palace was one of the 10 great sects in the southern region of Buzhou. Ancestor Qingyang was once a powerful divine general under the command of the Purple Cloud Sovereign. He had once followed the Purple Cloud Sovereign and fought everywhere. These bastards. Zi Yunxiao was very unhappy when he saw that the person who attacked was from the Qingyang Palace. There was no suspense in this battle. Although the divine sunfire net descended, it failed to land on Gu Fei's body. The divine sunfire net was repelled by the astral energy around his body. Die. Chapter 1949. The Qingyang Palace and the Wutian sect were allies. When Gu Fei attacked the Wutian sect, it caused a huge change in the sect. The Wutian sect master died and the sect's forces were torn apart. The culprit of all this was the person undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The one who attacked Gu Fei was the Qingyang Palace's Elder Minglong. He and the Wutian sect master were sworn friends. The two of them were birds of a feather. Normally, Taoist Minglong wouldn't dare to find Gu Fei to avenge the Wutian sect master. However, it was different now. Gu Fei had just undergone the heavenly tribulation and was still in a weak state. Taoist Minglong wanted to kill Gu Fei when Gu Fei was weak to prevent him from becoming a huge threat to the Qingyang Palace. At the same time, he could also avenge the Wutian sect master and gain the support of those who were still loyal to the Wutian sect master. Now that the Wutian sect was torn apart, many people were eyeing this fat piece of meat. Even those outside the southern region wanted bite. However, with the alliance between the Qingyang Palace and the Wutian sect, the faction that would benefit the most when the Wutian sect was torn apart was undoubtedly the Qingyang Palace. Boom! The extreme yang divine fire enveloped a dozen miles of the void and swallowed Gu Fei. The terrifying divine fire burned the void of the heavens and earth. The pure yang true fire was able to burn everything in the world. Even a half-saint divine weapon would be burned into smoke if it were to fall into the net of divine sunfire. Taoist Minglong didn't believe that Gu Fei's body was stronger than the half-sacred divine weapon. If he was caught in the divine sunfire net, only death awaited him. So what if he's undergoing the heavenly tribulation? He'll die under my divine fire net. Taoist Minglong soared into the sky. His body was covered in flames as divine fire runes flew out from his hands and hit the divine fire net. He was using all his strength to draw the power of the divine sunfire net to refine Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei's voice came out from the sea of fire. At this time, he was circulating the mysterious technique to refine the boundless fire qi to replenish the true power consumed by the martial body. The fire that came at him from all directions was blocked by a circle of divine light around Gu Fei's body. Wisps of fire qi kept entering the circle of divine light, turning into the most primitive spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which was absorbed by Gu Fei's martial body. Rays of spiritual light flowed around Gu Fei's body. At his level of cultivation, the potential of the martial body had already been developed to the limit of a sage. The martial body could derive all kinds of martial arts magical powers. At this stage of martial arts cultivation, it was no longer limited to the level of martial arts combat skills. How is this possible? Sensing the changes in Gu Fei's body, Taoist Minglong was truly frightened. The sun god fire net was a magic treasure that was close to a sage artifact. The sun god fire net was not a quasi-sage magic treasure, nor was it a half-sage magic treasure. Instead, it was a failed magic treasure refined by a sage. However, even if it was a failed magic treasure, its power was infinitely close to that of a sage magic treasure. This was what Taoist Minglong was relying on. The person undergoing the tribulation was not a sage, and his magic treasure could definitely refine him to death. However, things did not go as he wished. He realized that he had still underestimated the person undergoing the tribulation. "I don't believe that I can't kill you with this," Taoist Minglong roared. The Taoist crown that bound his hair was sent flying by the power that exploded out of his body. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He frantically activated the immortal Tao God power in his body and shot out scarlet fire Tao patterns. These Tao patterns landed on the sun god fire net and immediately sank into it. Buzz! The void trembled. The large net seemed to come alive. It shook violently and released waves of powerful fire elemental power. The net began to wrap around Gu Fei. The layer of divine light around him was suppressed by the sun god fire net and actually showed signs of dispersing. This was not a good thing. It should be known that the net was not something an ordinary quasi-sage magic treasure could compare to. Even a quasi-sage martial body would be in danger if he was caught in the net. Buzz! At that moment, a tremor came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of a giant cauldron appeared around him and covered him. "What is this?" Taoist Minglong was shocked to see the shadow of a cauldron emerge from Gu Fei's body. The sun god fire net had been blocked by the cauldron's shadow. "What? It's just a shadow. How can it have such power?" The next moment, Taoist Minglong was dumbfounded. The shadow of a cauldron had blocked the shrinking sun god fire net. He found it hard to believe. If the shadow could display such power, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the real cauldron would be. Idiot! Ziyun Shao was displeased to see this from the golden warship. His face darkened. This guy from the Qingyang Palace was really asking for a beating. "Brother Yun Shao, it seems like you need to control your subordinates. If you let them do as they please, they might bring great trouble to the Ziyun clan," Lu Xianzeng said sincerely. Lu Xianwing said earnestly. He was on good terms with Ziyun Shao, so he reminded him. This Ziyun Shao was startled. Indeed, the Ziyun clan did not really control the 10 great sects and just let them develop. However, the 10 sects were still the external forces of the Ziyun clan. If the 10 sects did not know their place and offended someone they shouldn't have, the Ziyun clan would not be able to get away with it. It would bring them great enemies. Indeed, we need to control them. Ziyun Shao could not help but nod as he thought of how powerful it was. At this moment, Gu Fei activated the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself. Then he calmly used his mysterious technique to refine the essence of the fire outside. This way, his martial body recovered much faster. After breaking through to the quasi-sage realm, Gu Fei's martial physique absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a much faster rate. Strands of spiritual energy seeped into his body, coursing through his flesh and bones before entering his blood and qi. In his dantian, a fist-sized primal chaos divine light was circulating. On the surface of the divine light, 9 blurry primal chaos Tao patterns were vaguely visible. Strands of chaotic light shot out from the ball of divine light and entered Gu Fei's body. They reached every part of his body, even his hair. This is bad. Only now did Taoist Minglong realize that he had made a fatal mistake. If his opponent could overcome such a powerful tribulation, he must have a backup plan. Even if he had a treasure that was infinitely close to a saint artifact, it would not be enough. Chapter 1950. Taoist Minglong was sweating profusely. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He could not bear to part with the treasure. It was the greatest treasure below the Saint Plane. Moreover, the divine fire net was the treasure of the Qingyang Palace. It could not be lost. Roar! Taoist Minglong was going all out. He roared furiously, and his eyes shone with determination. He bit the tip of his tongue. Spurt! Taoist Minglong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This mouthful of blood essence sprinkled directly on the divine net. He was using his own blood essence to stimulate the divine net's strongest power. Boom! A great fire erupted from the net. The flames burned for 10 kilometers, incinerating the space where Gu Fei was. It was reduced to chaos, and even the chaotic qi was burned out. Everyone was shocked at this scene. The power of the treasure of the Qingyang Palace was indeed terrifying. The Qingyang Palace was only a part of the Ziyun clan's power. It was only an external force, but it already possessed such a powerful treasure. Wouldn't the foundation of the Ziyun clan be even more impressive? After all, the Ziyun clan was the legendary descendant of the Ziyun sovereign. The legacy of the sovereign was obviously extraordinary. This idiot, on the golden warship, Zi Yunxiao's expression was terrible. Taoist Minglong really did not know his place. He actually dared to attack that person. Brother Yunxiao, if you still don't act, that kid Minglong will probably die, Lu Di Xianwing said. He could already tell that Taoist Minglong was not Gu Fei's opponent. As soon as Gu Fei counterattacked, Taoist Minglong would be doomed. He deserves to die, Zi Yunxiao said angrily. Zi Yunxiao said angrily. Although he said that, he didn't want Taoist Minglong to be killed just like that. It should be known that a semi-sage, especially a powerful one, was very difficult to cultivate. There weren't many half-step saints among the 10 great sects of the southern region. The Qingyang Palace only had 3 half-step saints. The Qingyang Palace's sect master was one, and Taoist Minglong was another. This was also why Taoist Minglong was able to use the divine sunfire net. Only the 3 half-step martial saints of the Qingyang Palace were qualified to use the supreme treasure of the Qingyang Palace, the divine sunfire net. The others didn't even have the chance to touch this supreme treasure. Rumble! At that moment, Gu Fei's body began to emit a powerful aura. 9 Tao patterns appeared on his body, and the aura of the divine path was vast and mighty. Strands of primal qi revolved around his body like bolts of primal lightning. Phew! Gu Fei suddenly exhaled before standing up from the illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. A saintly presence spread from his body as if a saint had descended. This was a sage-to-be, an existence that was almost equivalent to a sage. Of course, a sage-to-be was only an expert that was closest to a sage, but not a sage. They could not be compared to a sage. However, the sage-to-be's characteristics of a sage started to show. Boom! With a muffled sound, the divine net that enveloped the illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountains and rivers was immediately blown away by a powerful force. The boundless divine fire was extinguished. Ugh! Taoist Minglong, who was controlling the divine net, spat out a mouthful of blood before flying backward. His mind had suffered a great blow. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. The illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountains and rivers dissipated in the void around him. He walked out of the divine fire of the sun and pressed towards Taoist Minglong. Since this person wanted to kill him, he would kill him. Gu Fei wanted to kill Taoist Minglong. Before this, he had never seen Taoist Minglong. However, Taoist Minglong had attacked him. He did not ask why Taoist Minglong had attacked him. He was just about to attack and kill Taoist Minglong. At that moment, Gu Fei saw a figure flash before him. A young cultivator in white suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Taoist friend, why do you have to be so ruthless? Where it is possible to forgive, one should forgive. The young cultivator waved his fan and looked at Gu Fei with a smile. No one can save the person I want to kill. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. His killing intent had already been raised, so Taoist Minglong had to die. There was nothing more to say. Oh, is that so? Taoist friend, why don't you give me some face? I, Zi Yunxiao, owe you a favor. The young man in white said. Zi Yunxiao, a favor? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. He was not interested in who Zi Yunxiao was. Furthermore, he did not need Zi Yunxiao's favor. This person has earned a favor from young master Yunxiao. Is it really young master Yunxiao? The cultivators in the vicinity were very shocked. This person was actually able to obtain a favor from young master Yunxiao. In their opinion, Gu Fei was really lucky. After all, young master Yunxiao was the most outstanding descendant of the Ziyun clan. If nothing went wrong, he would be the future clan leader of the Ziyun clan. Zi Yunxiao was the next successor of the clan leader. This had already been decided in the Ziyun clan. Who are you? Why should I give you face? Gu Fei did not know who this young master Yunxiao was. Even if he knew his background, he would not be afraid. He had to kill Taoist Minglong. Young master, save me. Only then did Taoist Minglong know how terrifying Gu Fei was. Even young master Yunxiao had to be polite to him and did not dare to slight him at all. Scram! Zi Yunxiao sent Taoist Minglong flying with a kick. Taoist Minglong did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of Zi Yunxiao. He did not dare to dodge Zi Yunxiao's kick, nor could he dodge it. As if he was riding on a cloud, Taoist Minglong was sent flying thousands of meters away by Zi Yunxiao. However, just as Taoist Minglong steadied himself, he suddenly froze, and all his movements froze in an instant. Then, a bloody mark appeared on Taoist Minglong's neck. At the same time, a droplet of blood seeped out from between his brows. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Taoist Minglong's head fell from his neck. Blood spurted from his neck, several meters high. His head and body fell from the sky. Zi Yunxiao was both shocked and furious. Yi Futian actually killed Taoist Minglong in an instant. Furthermore, it was done right in front of him. This was a slap to his face. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. This is very fair. Gu Fei glanced at Zi Yunxiao before saying these words. What he had said was very true. However, things in this world were not as simple as one would imagine. Very well, Zi Yunxiao said. The aura on his body began to rise. He stared at Gu Fei, who was in front of him, and his eyes shot out an extremely sharp gaze. Very well. Gu Fei said the same thing. Then his aura began to rise as well. The two supreme experts were confronting each other. Their auras continued to rise, and the space between them flashed with light from time to time. Am I seeing things? That person doesn't even give face to young Master Yin Shao. That person actually killed Taoist Ming Long. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was stunned. It should be known that young Master Yin Shao was publicly recognized as the #1 expert in the southern region. However, to some people, even if Gu Fei survived the heavenly tribulation, he might not be a match for young Master Yin Shao. That person could even survive such a powerful heavenly tribulation. He is indeed qualified to fight against young Master Yin Shao. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. He killed a half-saint like he was killing a chicken. His combat ability was abnormally strong. He was a formidable opponent for young Master Yin Shao. I'm looking forward to the battle between two peerless experts. On the Golden Warship, Earth Immortal Elder and the Golden Goddess were watching Gu Fei and Zi Yin Shao. Even the old man, Ao Chong, was watching. Who do you think will win? The Golden Goddess suddenly asked Lu Xianweng. This Lu Xianweng hesitated. Even he didn't know who would win in the end. He knew a little about Zi Yin Shao, but the background of the young man in front of him was very mysterious. Yun Shao is going to be unlucky, said an old voice. An old voice was heard. It was Ao Chong who spoke. His gaze was extremely vicious, not something that the Earth Immortal Old Man and the Golden Goddess could compare to. This old man was one of the few people who were closest to becoming a saint in this world. Brother Yun Shao, Lu Xianweng, and Zi Yin Shao were good friends. Naturally, he didn't want Zi Yin Shao to be defeated. He hurriedly transmitted his voice to Zi Yin Shao. What? After receiving Lu Xianweng's transmission, Zi Yin Shao knew that Ao Chong didn't think he would win. Would he really lose to this person? Humph! Gu Fei suddenly sneered. He took a step forward and punched with all his might with his right fist. His fist was aimed at Zi Yin Shao's position. Swoosh! Zi Yin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He soared into the sky and dodged Gu Fei's punch. Then he attacked Gu Fei directly. He stretched out his right hand, and a 5-colored hand appeared in the sky, pressing down on Gu Fei. 5 elements power. Gu Fei was taken aback. Zi Yin Shao had actually successfully cultivated the power of the 5 elements. Could it be that this person had the 5 elements divine body? One hand to cover the sky, Gu Fei bellowed and struck out with the heaven-covering palm. A huge hand of primal chaos rose against the sky and met the huge hand that was pressing down from the sky. This was Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm with the power of a quasi-saint. The chaotic hand emitted an extremely terrifying wave of energy. A large area of the void collapsed in front of it. Boom! The 2 huge hands collided with each other in an instant, resulting in a loud bang. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. Chapter 1951. Gu Fei had killed Taoist Ming Long right in front of Zi Yin Shao. This infuriated Zi Yin Shao, and he knew that this battle was unavoidable. Boom! Gu Fei's heaven-encompassing palm collided with Zi Yin Shao's 5 elemental palm. It was as though 2 ancient gods were exchanging blows. Terrifying destructive powers swept out in all directions. Sand and stones flew everywhere as the sun and moon dimmed. The trees on the ground were uprooted and thrown into the air before being torn to pieces by the chaotic airflow. High up in the sky, the 2 gigantic palms dissipated at the same time. Gu Fei and Zi Yin Shao were unable to suppress each other. They were only evenly matched. What a powerful 5 elemental divine body. Gu Fei moved rapidly in the void. Zi Yin Shao exerted immense pressure on him. He was a powerful opponent, and his combat prowess was at least much stronger than Azure Dragon's. 5 elemental capture. Zi Yin Shao roared as he cast the 5 elemental arts he had cultivated. A 5-colored divine hand rushed out of his hand and instantly enveloped the world as it grabbed at Gu Fei. The gigantic hand emitted 5 elemental divine light, stirring the 5 elemental powers in the world. It locked down the void and sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He did not retreat in the face of such a powerful art. He grew stronger the stronger he was. Once he retreated, it would be difficult for him to maintain his indomitable state. You have the 5 elemental divine powers, but so do I. The chaos true qi in Gu Fei's dantian circulated rapidly as it evolved into the 5 elemental divine powers. In an instant, Gu Fei's true qi transformed into 5 elemental true qi. Such a transformation was effortless. It was completed in an instant. Gu Fei separated his hands, and 5 divine swords appeared around him. Each divine sword bore the power of one of the 5 elemental divine powers. The golden sword flashed resplendently. The golden beam was so blinding that no one could open their eyes. The wooden sword exuded an azure aura as a vibrant vitality emanated from the azure with divine sword. Around the azure with divine sword, it was as though plants were growing. The water sword was surrounded by a layer of blue water vapor, as if it had attracted a certain direction. Everyone seemed to hear the shocking sound of surging waves. The fire sword burned the sky, and the divine fire spread out from the fire divine sword, causing the surrounding void to distort and change shape. The wooden sword was hazy. It was a divine sword condensed from the power of the Ho-Tu earth. The dusky power of the earth gave people a heavy feeling. It was not the sharpest divine sword, but it was as stable as Mount Tai, hard to shake. What this? Seeing Gu Fei use the 5 elements divine sword, Ziyun Xiao was incomparably shocked. How was this possible? This person clearly didn't have a 5 elements divine body, so how could he have such pure 5 elements energy? Buzz. The 5 elements divine swords around Gu Fei vibrated simultaneously. The 5 elements energy erupted, and 5 beams of sword light shot into the sky, piercing through Zi Yunxiao's 5 elements capture hand. What's going on? How did this person's primal chaos energy suddenly transform into 5 elements energy? Everyone who saw this was in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded by the 5 elements divine art that Gu Fei had used. Such a transformation had already surpassed their understanding. Primal chaos transforming into 5 elements. This person isn't simple. On the golden ship, the proud elder's eyes also lit up. This kind of instantaneous transformation between different types of energy was too heaven-defying. But it wasn't impossible. Ancestor, what's going on? It's impossible for 2 different types of energy to exist in a person's body at the same time. The golden goddess asked the proud elder. A cultivator could only cultivate a single type of energy. If a cultivator's body had 2 different types of energy, it would definitely be a disaster. Different types of energy repelled each other. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. If there were 2 different types of energy in a cultivator's body at the same time, the 2 types of energy would clash with each other and be incompatible. The result would be like 2 armies fighting inside a cultivator's body. For a cultivator, it would be extremely painful, and they might even explode and die. However, what had happened to Gu Fei had completely overturned the understanding of the cultivation world of planet Buzhou. I'm afraid this person has the legendary chaotic divine body. The old man pondered for a while before saying this in a serious tone. Chaotic divine body. The golden goddess and the earth immortal elder were both shocked. It was a body that hadn't appeared in countless years. Those who had the chaotic divine body were naturally close to the chaotic energy. Moreover, the chaotic divine body had a special ability. It could absorb all the energy in the world. At that moment, Gu Fei's 5 elements divine swords had already pierced through Zi Yunxiao's 5 elements capture hand. It didn't stop there and went straight for Zi Yunxiao. What? Zi Yunxiao's shock was not small at all. Swoosh! 5 colored divine light surged from his body. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of feet away. Go! The 5 rays of light followed Zi Yunxiao like shadows. The moment Zi Yunxiao appeared, they had already caught up to him. The 5 elements soared, qi surged, and even the void was torn apart by the 5 rays of light. Zi Yunxiao opened his mouth and spat out a treasure. The treasure instantly enlarged and blocked in front of him. It was a 5 elements shield with 5 colored Tao patterns faintly visible on it. The 5 divine swords pierced the 5 element shield. The powerful impact caused Zi Yunxiao to retreat a few hundred feet before he could stabilize his body. What a powerful force! Zi Yunxiao felt his arms go numb. The 5 elements shield almost flew out of his hands. He couldn't help but change his expression. The strength of this force had exceeded his expectations. He had managed to block the 5 elements' magical sword, but Gu Fei had arrived at this moment. Roar! He roared and punched the 5 elements' divine shield. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's extremely ferocious punch sent Zi Yunxiao and his shield flying. This time, even though there was a shield between them, Zi Yunxiao still suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out of his palms that were grabbing onto the divine shield. His palms had been ruptured by Gu Fei's punch, and even the bones in his forearms had cracked. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Zi Yunxiao's mouth. He was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He looked down and couldn't help but gasp. He saw that there was a fist mark on his 5 element shield. This time, Zi Yunxiao was truly stunned. It should be known that the 5 elements divine shield was a treasure that was refined from the rare 5 elements divine iron. The toughness of this 5 elements divine shield could definitely withstand a strike from a true saint weapon. Could this guy's fist be comparable to a holy weapon? Chapter 1952. When Gu Fei's fist landed on the 5 elements divine shield, it actually left a fist mark. Although the fist mark was very shallow, it still shocked Zi Yunxiao to the extreme. This was a shield forged from the 5 elements godly metal. The 5 elements godly metal was formed from the essence of the heaven and earth. It could only be formed after countless years. This type of metal was almost comparable to the immortal metal. The 5 elements divine shield was Zi Yunxiao's life treasure. It was branded with the Tao patterns of the 5 elements. The Tao patterns of the 5 elements were imprinted on it. The power of the 5 elements circulated in his body. The injuries on his body were immediately healed. At his level of cultivation, injuries on the body were almost negligible. As long as one's soul was not destroyed, one would be able to reconstruct their body regardless of the degree of injury. They would not die. You are very strong. You have exceeded my expectations. Zi Yunxiao looked at the approaching Gu Fei. He had to admit that he had underestimated this opponent. This was a major mistake. The consequences of underestimating an opponent were very serious. You are not weak either. You should know that we are almost invincible in the same realm. Gu Fei said, on the path of martial arts, it was very difficult to achieve success. However, the heavens were fair. Those who put in more time and effort than others would be able to obtain greater strength. The path of martial arts was extremely difficult. However, once one succeeded, one would be almost invincible in the same realm. One could sweep away all opponents of the same realm. You are a martial artist. Zi Yunxiao's expression changed immediately. The person before him was a martial artist. How is this possible? There is no longer any martial arts inheritance on the ancestral star of Buzhou. How is this possible? He is a martial artist. On the golden warship, the arrogant old man's ears twitched. With his cultivation, he could still hear the conversation between Gu Fei and Zi Yunxiao, even though they were far away. Martial artist? Old ancestor, you're saying that this person is a martial artist? The golden goddess was shocked after hearing the arrogant old man's words. Martial artist. This name had not been heard for a very long time. In the ancestral planet of Buzhou, it had been a long time since there had been an accomplished warrior, so much so that the cultivators in the world of cultivation had already forgotten about this name. However, superpowers like the Gold Clan and the Xian clan that had existed for countless years knew of the existence of fighters. In ancient times, fighters were synonymous with strength. At that time, cultivators could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Their combat strength was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. They could indeed be said to be invincible among their peers. Invincible? I don't think so. When Lu Di Immortal One heard this, he found it hard to believe. He came from the South Pole Immortal Manor, and his elder brother was in existence on the same level as Old Man Ao Chong. He was very clear of his elder brother's strength. How could that person be a match for the South Pole Immortal Manor's Manor Lord? Whether I'm invincible or not, you'll know once you see it. Arrogant old man's expression was not very pleasant. Earth Immortal Old Man seemed to have realized that he had misspoken. Who was this arrogant old man? Who dared to question his words? Thinking about this, his back broke out in a cold sweat. The fact that Gu Fei was a martial artist really shocked the arrogant old man. Invincible among your peers? How arrogant! Zi Yunxiao didn't dare to be careless. His entire body was surrounded by the 5 elements divine light. 5-colored Tao runes appeared indistinctly on his body, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from his body. An extremely powerful pressure erupted from Zi Yunxiao's body, causing the entire world to lose its color. Clang! With a rumble, a beam of 5-colored light rushed out of Zi Yunxiao's body and landed in his hand. It was a 5-colored divine spear of the 5 elements that flowed with light. The divine shield and the divine spear were a pair of Dharma treasures. They could be used to attack and defend. These 2 Dharma treasures were refined by Zi Yunxiao in combination with his own cultivation method. Only such Dharma treasures were most suitable for him. Just as Gu Fei thought that these were the 2 treasures that Zi Yunxiao had forged, more 5-colored divine lights flew out from Zi Yunxiao's body. The clanging sounds did not stop. After the 5-colored divine lights flew out from Zi Yunxiao's body, they landed on Yi Fuqian's body. When the divine lights dissipated, tiny pieces of 5-colored divine armor appeared. This is, under Gu Fei's surprised gaze, a set of 5-colored armor quickly reassembled on Zi Yunxiao's body. In just an instant, a suit of 5-colored armor had appeared on Zi Yunxiao's body. It was a 5-colored general. It held a divine shield in its left hand and a divine spear in its right. Behind the 5-colored helmet, there were 2 dots of light flashing. Impressive. Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. Zi Yunxiao had forged a whole set of divine treasures, and his entire body was protected by them. Divine treasures that were armed to the teeth were rare even on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Let's fight. Zi Yunxiao, who was wearing the 5-colored armor, roared. He shook the 5 elements divine spear in his hand and thrust it at Gu Fei. The head of the divine spear immediately turned into a ball of 5-colored cold light, piercing towards Gu Fei. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei punched out with his right fist. On his fist, there was a faint 5-colored Tao pattern. This punch was the 5 elements fist. The 5-colored fist and the cold light formed by the divine spear collided. Although Gu Fei's punch seemed casual, its strength was unimaginable. The 5-colored divine spear had only just pierced Gu Fei's fist, but it couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. On the contrary, the body of the divine spear was slightly bent due to the strong impact. Even the divine spear can't pierce through. Zi Yunxiao was extremely shocked. The toughness of his opponent's martial body had already far exceeded his expectations. Such a martial body was simply a humanoid saint weapon. Swoosh! Zi Yunxiao retrieved his divine spear and used his movement technique, moving quickly in the void. He didn't want to fight with Gu Fei head-on. It should be known that close combat was what martial artists were best at. In the distant past, no one dared to let a martial artist get close to them, because once a martial artist got close to them, it would mean that they would be killed by their opponent. Zi Yunjiao's strategy was not wrong, but he had neglected Gu Fei's speed. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps. Like a shadow, it was impossible for Zi Yunxiao to widen the distance between them. Bang! Boom! Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry. He chased after Zi Yunxiao and threw punch after punch. His fists vibrated with an extremely strong force. Although he was protected by the armor, Zi Yunxiao was still affected. This kind of punch, even through the armor, could injure Zi Yunxiao. This was a battle technique in the martial way, and it was also a very ordinary battle technique. It was called hitting the bull through the mountain. As the name suggested, this hitting the bull through the mountain meant that one could kill a bull even if they were separated by a large mountain. Actually, to put it bluntly, this hitting the bull through the mountain was actually not much. Every martial artist who was successful in cultivation would probably know this move. This type of battle technique was specially used to deal with opponents like Zi Yunxiao, who wore armor to protect themselves. Gu Fei's punch passed through Zi Yunxiao's armor and directly shook Zi Yunxiao's body. This caused his qi and blood to churn, and his internal organs were almost injured. However, Zi Yunxiao was not wearing ordinary armor after all. This was the 5 elements armor. There were faint markings on it, and it reduced the power from Gu Fei's fists by more than half. Die! Zi Yunxiao held the divine spear in his hand and started a terrifying attack on Gu Fei. The divine spear in his hand turned into a 5-colored divine light, and it constantly rushed towards Gu Fei with terrifying 5 elements divine light. However, Gu Fei's speed was really too fast, and he couldn't hit him at all. Bang! Gu Fei suddenly appeared behind Zi Yunxiao, and then he hit Zi Yunxiao's back with his palm, causing Zi Yunxiao to fly forward hundreds of feet. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Zi Yunxiao's mouth. Damn it! Zi Yunxiao was shocked and angry, but he was also very helpless. His opponent's speed was really too fast, and he had kicked an iron board this time. Bang! Gu Fei hit Zi Yunxiao's body again. This time, Zi Yunxiao was sent flying. He couldn't even hold the divine shield in his hand firmly, and it flew away. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body disappeared in the void, and in the next moment he had already caught up to Zi Yunxiao, who was sent flying. Then he stomped Zi Yunxiao down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Zi Yunxiao was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei, and he smashed onto the ground. Instantly, dust billowed and a huge pit appeared. Sky-covering hand. A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's right hand, and the divine patterns intertwined, forming a 5 elements hand that covered the entire heaven and earth. The 5 elements hand descended from the sky. Bang! The sky-covering great 5 elements hand slapped down fiercely, directly obliterating everything within a radius of several miles. The ground undulated like waves. Even with the divine spear armor, Zi Yunxiao was still suppressed by Gu Fei. The outcome was already decided. Zi Yunxiao wasn't Gu Fei's opponent, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Roar! An unwilling roar came from the depths of the ground. Zi Yunxiao was smashed into the depths of the ground by Gu Fei's palm. He broke through the ground and soared into the sky. His entire body emitted 5-colored divine light, as though a 5-colored divine sun had appeared in the heaven and earth. I won't be defeated, I won't be defeated, Zi Yunxiao roared crazily. He couldn't accept this reality, and he activated the 5 elements divine power in his body. The armor on his body, the divine shield, and the divine spear in his hands were all emitting an unprecedentedly intense divine light. The power of the 5 elements in the heaven and earth seemed to be activated by him. With him as the center, an extremely terrifying wave spread out. "Are you going to fight with your life on the line?" Gu Fei smiled. He looked at the 5-colored war god in front of him, and he was still extremely calm. He didn't make a move, and he wanted to wait for Zi Yunxiao to gather his strongest power before he made a move. Rumble. Chapter 1953. Zi Yunxiao was the most outstanding disciple of the Ziyun clan. He thought highly of himself and knew that he would never be weaker than anyone. But now he was being suppressed by Gu Fei. This made him furious. Roar. Zi Yunxiao roared furiously. His entire body shone with 5-colored divine radiance. The entire heaven and earth shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around him. The 5 elemental armor on his body emitted a layer of 5 elemental divine radiance. He looked like the reincarnation of an ancient 5 elemental god. Terrifying ripples swept across the surroundings. I didn't expect him to be this powerful. On the golden warship, the golden goddess expression changed when she sensed the ocean-like ripples of 5 elemental divine powers in Zi Yunxiao's body. It'll be difficult for you to defeat him. The Ziyun clan is indeed not simple. An old voice sounded behind the golden goddess. Ao Chang stared at the figure in front of him that was charging out of the 5-colored divine light, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. In his opinion, the golden goddess and Zi Yunxiao were about the same in terms of strength. It would be difficult for either of them to suppress the other. I'm afraid that person is even stronger than Zi Yunxiao. Lu Xianwang and Zi Yunxiao were good friends. He was well aware of Zi Yunxiao's strength. Although Zi Yunxiao was a rising star, his combat strength was so strong that ordinary great saints would not be his opponent. The strength of a great saint could be divided into 3 stages: the beginner stage, intermediate stage, and the advanced stage of the great saint realm. Zi Yunxiao's cultivation base was at the intermediate stage of the great saint realm. That person had just passed the heavenly tribulation of the great saint realm. His cultivation base should be at the beginner stage of the great saint realm. However, his combat strength was able to suppress Zi Yunxiao, who was at the intermediate stage of the great saint realm. This was unbelievable. It's not a legend that a cultivator is undefeatable in the same realm. Ao Chang, old man, said. It was already a miracle that a cultivator who had just become a great saint could fight against Zi Yunxiao, who was at the intermediate stage of the great saint realm. One should know that Zi Yunxiao was not an ordinary great saint. Although his cultivation base was only at the intermediate stage of the great saint realm, his combat strength was far stronger than ordinary intermediate stage great saints. However, the combat strength that this person displayed was far beyond that. He even showed signs of suppressing Zi Yunxiao. Even proud old man could not see through Gu Fei's strength, let alone the others. At this moment, Zi Yunxiao finally gathered his strongest power. Only Gu Fei would allow Zi Yunxiao to gather his strongest power. If it was someone else, they would have taken advantage of the time when Zi Yunxiao was gathering his power to attack. Humph, you're too arrogant. Tens of thousands of rays of divine light shone from Zi Yunxiao's body. In the world, rays of 5-colored divine light rushed over from all directions and entered Zi Yunxiao's body. This is confidence. Gu Fei did not make a move. He looked at Zi Yunxiao indifferently and said these words. Overconfidence. That's arrogance. You shouldn't have asked me to gather my strongest power. Zi Yunxiao's eyes, which were hidden behind his helmet, flickered with a 5-colored light. A powerful aura radiated from his body. So what if you gather your strongest power? The result will be the same. Gu Fei was still calm. No one could see through him. Even when facing Zi Yunxiao, he was still very relaxed. It was as if he did not care about Zi Yunxiao at all. Preposterous! Zi Yunxiao was enraged. He was a heaven's pride. When had he ever been looked down upon? This person was unforgivable. He moved and disappeared from where he stood. Gu Fei was taken aback. Zi Yunxiao's speed had actually increased by a large amount. Even he found it hard to track Zi Yunxiao's movements. This caused his heart to tremble. On Zi Yunxiao's back, there were two faintly discernible wings. It was these two wings that increased his speed. Bang! Without thinking, Gu Fei punched upwards. Boom! A 5-colored fist smashed through the air and smashed downwards. Gu Fei's punch met Zi Yunxiao's. Two extremely powerful forces clashed together. The 5-colored armor on Zi Yunxiao's right arm vibrated. It was as if countless Dao soldiers were vibrating. Two silhouettes instantly separated and then collided again. This was close combat. To Gu Fei, this was the fighting style he was best at. However, Zi Yunxiao's close combat techniques were also very powerful. His 5-elemental shield and 5-elemental spear could appear at will. With a thought, he could put these two weapons away or instantly appear in his hands. This was the benefit of creating a life weapon. Zi Yunxiao's two weapons were like his arms and legs. When he used them, there was no hindrance at all. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He used his 8 steps extreme speed and instantly appeared in front of Zi Yunxiao. Then he punched out and the violent 5-elemental fist force exploded. 8 steps extreme speed was Gu Fei's fastest movement. Even Zi Yunxiao could not dodge in time. Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into his chest. Buzz! With a thought, the 5-elemental shield immediately appeared in front of Zi Yunxiao's chest. Bang! Gu Fei's punch landed on the 5-elemental shield. The 5-elemental true power exploded instantly. The terrifying power was enough to shatter the air, but it could not shatter the 5-elemental shield. Zi Yunxiao and his shield were thrown tens of thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. On the 5-elemental shield, a faint fist mark appeared. This shocked Zi Yunxiao. This guy's physical body is probably comparable to a divine weapon. Zi Yunxiao thought. Although Gu Fei's punch did not really land on his body, the power still caused his blood to boil. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His helmet covered his entire head, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. No one saw the blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Just as he steadied himself, a silhouette flashed in front of him. A fist came again. Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and attacked in an instant. Although martial arts techniques were simple and direct, they were all evolved after hundreds and thousands of training. The power was incomparably strong. Gu Fei had only thrown a simple punch, but it already made Zi Yunxiao feel like he had nowhere to hide. He could only face it head-on. As long as he retreated, the opponent's attack would come like a storm and drown him completely. I can't retreat, Zi Yunxiao gritted his teeth. On his right hand, 5-colored light flashed and a spear appeared in his hand. Then, he held the spear and stabbed with all his strength. Clang, clang. Gu Fei's fist directly smashed onto the spearhead of the divine spear, producing a metallic sound. Under the impact of the powerful force, the body of the divine spear actually bent. I already used all my strength, but Zi Yunxiao only felt a sharp pain in his right hand that was holding the divine spear. The divine spear actually flew out of his hand. Bang! After sending Zi Yunxiao's 5 elements divine spear flying, Gu Fei's right leg swept across Zi Yunxiao's waist like a divine whip, sending Zi Yunxiao flying. Even with the protection of the 5 elements divine armor, Zi Yunxiao's body still emitted the sound of bones cracking. At least 2 of his ribs were broken. How is this possible? Zi Yunxiao was unwilling to accept this. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood seeped out from under his mask. Bang! Zi Yunxiao fell from the sky and smashed into a forest. Zi Yunxiao lost. Everyone on the Golden Warship was shocked. One should know that Zi Yunxiao had the 5 elements physique. This physique was naturally close to the 5 elemental essences. Using the essences to refine his physique, Zi Yunxiao's 5 elements physique was extremely powerful. Ordinary divine weapons couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, Zi Yunxiao was not only physically strong, he had also cultivated all sorts of techniques and was proficient in close-range combat. How could he be defeated so quickly? Mr. Yunxiao lost. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Mr. Yunxiao was the strongest of the younger generation in the southern region of the ancestral star. Brother Yunxiao is indeed not that person's opponent. On the golden warship, Demi-Immortal Elder sighed. If Zi Yunxiao was not this person's opponent, then he would be even less of a match. Demi-Immortal Elder knew very well that Zi Yunxiao was the most outstanding descendant of the Zi Yun clan. Even the sovereign's inheritance was defeated. Could it be that even the sovereign's inheritance could not compare to this person? Boom! Just when everyone was still in shock, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the forest where Zi Yunxiao fell. The entire forest was shattered by the power of the 5 elemental essences. The earth shook violently as a figure soared into the sky. It was Zi Yunxiao who wore the 5 elements divine armor and held the 5 elements divine shield. With a wave of Zi Yunxiao's hand, the 5 elements divine spear that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch immediately flew back into Zi Yunxiao's hand. You're very strong. I admit defeat today. Who are you? Zi Yunxiao's voice came from the helmet. Up until now, he still didn't know his opponent's background. His defeat was inexplicable. My name is Gu Fei. I'm just a passerby. Gu Fei didn't hide anything. He came to Buzhou Ancestral Star by following the human race's ancient path of Kunlun. After arriving at Buzhou Ancestral Star, the ancient path of Kunlun should end here. There was an ancient path connecting Buzhou Ancestral Star and Kunlun Ancestral Star. This was something Gu Fei didn't expect. Could it be that in the distant past, the cultivators of Kunlun Ancestral Star and Buzhou Ancestral Star could interact with each other? Gu Fei, I'll remember you. As soon as Zi Yunxiao finished speaking, he soared into the sky and turned into a 5-colored ray of light, instantly disappearing into the distance. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. All the cultivators present also remembered Gu Fei's name. To think that such a heaven-defying existence would appear in the southern region of Buzhou Ancestral Star, this was something that no one could ignore. Especially those major forces, they valued Gu Fei very much. Chapter 1954. After defeating Zi Yunxiao, Gu Fei was about to leave. However, at this moment, a tall silhouette appeared behind him without a sound. It was an old man with white hair. Gu Fei sensed this, and his muscles tensed up immediately. He was like a startled beast that could explode at any moment and unleash a fatal attack. The person behind him was definitely someone much more powerful than Zi Yunxiao. Gu Fei did not dare to act blindly without thinking. It should be known that against an expert of this level, as long as he revealed the slightest flaw, the other party would immediately launch a fatal attack towards his qi. Sensing his opponent's aura, Gu Fei would definitely not be able to avoid such an attack. Who is it? Gu Fei asked. Under these circumstances, he did not dare to turn around. Don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. Then, an old voice rang out from behind Gu Fei. I mean no harm. Upon hearing those words, Gu Fei did not let down his guard. Instead, he became even more cautious. He focused all of his attention on the movements of the person behind him, not daring to let down his guard. You sure are careful. The old voice rang out again. It was obvious that the person behind Gu Fei had sensed Gu Fei's current state. He was like a lurking beast. This beast was very dangerous. If he was not careful, he could hurt himself. The old man behind Gu Fei did not dare to be careless either. One should know that an opponent like Gu Fei, once he explodes, would definitely be very terrifying. The old man did not want to take the risk. If I wasn't careful, I would have died, Gu Fei said calmly. The reason why he was able to make it this far and become a quasi-saint was because he never underestimated his opponents. Underestimating one's opponent was a very dangerous thing to do. I really mean no harm. As the old man spoke, he carefully retreated step by step. He retreated until he was 300 feet away before he stopped. Although Gu Fei and the old man could cross this distance in an instant, it was a safe distance between the two of them. With this distance, even if the old man suddenly attacked Gu Fei, he would be able to react in an instant and not fall into a passive situation. With this distance of 300 feet, the old man could prevent Gu Fei from suddenly attacking him. In the world of cultivation, one couldn't be careless. This was especially true for experts at the level of Gu Fei and the old man. They had to be even more careful. It must be known that it wasn't easy to reach this step. Only then did Gu Fei dare to turn around. Only then did Gu Fei see the appearance of the person who suddenly appeared behind him. It was a tall, white-haired old man. I am Proud Heaven from the Gold Clan of the Northern Reaches. Sire, are you willing to join our Gold Clan? This person was Proud Heaven from the Gold Clan. Only he had the power to silently appear behind Gu Fei. This old man was definitely an ancient being. In the Gold Clan, his seniority was frighteningly high. He was an ancestor-level existence. There weren't many like him in the entire Gold Clan. Join the Gold Clan of the Northern Reaches. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. It seemed this old man was trying to recruit him. It was no wonder. His victory over Zi Yunxiao had definitely alarmed these supreme powers. Zi Yunxiao was considered the #1 person in the southern region of the ancestral planet, but he had been defeated by Gu Fei. This result was enough to shake the entire cultivation world of the ancestral planet. Yes, join my Gold Clan and you'll be our guest elder. The resources you can mobilize won't be any less than the elders of the Gold Clan, said the old man. The old man said, he offered a very generous reward and also gave you Gu Fei a lot of authority. It should be known that for any force in the world of cultivation resources were one of the most important reasons for them to be able to pass down their legacy. The Gold Clan had dominated the northern reaches of Buzhou ancestral planet for countless years. The cultivation resources they possessed were definitely enough to shock the world. One had to admit that these conditions were very attractive even to a quasi-saint. Unfortunately, in terms of cultivation resources, Gu Fei wouldn't lose to these supreme powers. The old man's conditions might be very attractive to ordinary quasi-saints, but it was nothing to Gu Fei. If this old man was willing to let Gu Fei read the supreme scripture passed down by the golden sovereign of the Gold Clan, that would be more than enough. However, this was absolutely impossible. The supreme scripture was the supreme treasure of the Gold Clan. There couldn't be any mishaps. One had to know that the supreme scripture was the root of the Gold Clan. Not interested. Gu Fei directly rejected. He was used to being free. How could he be restrained by others? Sir, why don't you consider it? You should know that my Gold Clan is one of the top forces in the entire Buzhou ancestral planet. The old man continued. To recruit a talent, one must be patient. The old man's patience was undeniable. However, he didn't know Gu Fei's temperament. There's no need to consider it. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Gu Fei was very direct. He didn't need to consider this matter at all. Moreover, he was still building his own force. How could he join another force? The old man didn't expect Gu Fei to directly reject him. There was no need to consider at all. This person was very straightforward. He would do whatever he wanted to. If he didn't agree, he would reject without hesitation. The old man could sense a formless pressure from Gu Fei. It was no wonder that Gu Fei was able to cultivate to such a level and possess a battle prowess that was almost invincible among those of the same level. To cultivators, temperament was very important. Swish! Seeing the old man's hesitation, Gu Fei didn't care too much. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Old ancestor, just as Gu Fei left, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside the old man. This person was the golden goddess of the Gold Clan. What a pity! It would be great if I could use such a talent. The old man sighed. He was very clear about the value of a successful cultivator. Since this person could become a quasi-saint, it was enough to prove that this person had the potential to become a saint. There wouldn't be any harm in making friends with such a person. This guy really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. The golden goddess said. Gu Fei actually rejected the old ancestor's invitation. This made her somewhat unhappy. Don't be unconvinced. Even if I were to act, it would be very difficult to defeat this person. Chapter 1955. The Huangjing clan wanted to recruit Gu Fei and even offered generous rewards. However, they were rejected by Gu Fei. From other people's point of view, Gu Fei actually rejected the Huangjing clan's offer. This action of Gu Fei surprised everyone. Gu Fei left and entered the depths of the mountain. He had gained quite a bit from the battle with Zi Yinshao, stabilizing his quasi-sage realm. However, he still needed to find a place to go into seclusion for a period of time. There were few people in the mountains. Gu Fei went deep into the mountains. After searching for a day, he finally found a valley with dense spiritual energy. Then he went into seclusion in the valley. Before going into seclusion, Gu Fei laid down a formation around the valley. He didn't want to be disturbed while he was in seclusion. Gu Fei stayed in the valley for a few months. This allowed him to understand his own situation to a certain extent. He could now completely control the power of a quasi-sage. Although he was only in the early stage of the quasi-sage realm, his battle prowess had already surpassed the early stage. Even Zi Yinshao, who was in the intermediate stage of the quasi-sage realm, wasn't his match. In the valley, spiritual energy fluctuated. Gu Fei was inhaling and exhaling the heaven and earth. His body was surrounded by spiritual light. This spiritual light was the visible spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. In his dantian, a ball of primal divine light was circulating. The primal qi had become much purer. On the divine light, 9 Tao patterns were faintly discernible, emitting mysterious and unfathomable fluctuations. These 9 Tao patterns were the foundation of Tao. With these 9 Tao patterns, Gu Fei's chances of becoming a quasi-sage would be much higher than an ordinary quasi-sage. This was something that couldn't be discussed in the same breath. Who? Gu Fei suddenly took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the valley immediately gathered towards him. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the valley was sucked clean by him. Then he stood up from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. An explosive sound came from Gu Fei's body as he stood up from the ground. He had been sitting there for several months and hadn't moved at all. He needed to stretch his muscles and bones. Let's go fight that monkey again. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as a powerful battle intent erupted from his body. His cultivation had completely stabilized. He really wanted to know his current combat strength. Shwa! Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the valley right away. In the next moment, he appeared high up in the sky outside the valley. He then unleashed his 8 steps extreme speed and charged toward the land of the sleeping dragon. Roar! A roar was heard from within the land of the sleeping dragon very soon. A golden silhouette dashed out from the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. A terrifying pressure appeared in their surroundings. You're not dead. Very good. When the golden spirit corpse ape saw Gu Fei, it was extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that when Gu Fei appeared, the golden spirit corpse ape had already entered the depths of the land of the sleeping dragon. It did not know that Gu Fei had actually not died under the heaven's wrath. A great battle broke out. That was the first time Gu Fei fought like crazy since he came to the ancestral planet of Buzhou. All kinds of combat skills and great techniques were displayed on him. The entire land of the sleeping dragon shook. The battle lasted for a day and a night. After that, Gu Fei left the land of the sleeping dragon. No one knew the outcome of the battle. Some people saw Gu Fei leave with injuries. As for the Golden Essence Corpse ape, it never showed itself again. Yuntian City was the #1 city in the southern region of Buzhou. The ancient city covered an area of hundreds of miles and had a population of millions. Such a population base was unique in the entire southern region of Buzhou. It should be noted that the southern region of Buzhou was not peaceful. One night, Gu Fei arrived at Yuntian City. The city lord of Yuntian City was a half-saint sent by the Ziyun clan. This was a city that was directly managed by the Ziyun clan. Gu Fei's appearance immediately caused a commotion. The person who defeated young Master Yin Xiao is actually here. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble for the Ziyun clan? I heard that he rejected the Huang Jing clan's offer of amnesty. Many cultivators in Yuntian City were discussing this matter. The battle between Gu Fei and young Master Yin Xiao had indeed attracted the attention of all the cultivators. It was impossible for him not to become famous. Gu Fei did not care whose territory this was. With his current cultivation and strength, he could go anywhere in the southern region of Buzhou. He wanted to understand the current situation of the ancestral planet of Buzhou. Soon, the city lord of Yuntian City came looking for him. He was a slightly plump, middle-aged man. He did not come looking for Gu Fei to take revenge for Zi Yunxiao. With the cultivation of the city lord, he was not a threat to Gu Fei at all. In Gu Fei's eyes, a half-saint was no different from an ant. He was here to deliver a letter for his young master, Zi Yunxiao. This was a challenge. In the past few months, Zi Yunxiao had made another breakthrough in his cultivation and became a peerless expert of the great circle of quasi-sage. It was because of this confidence that he dared to challenge Gu Fei. Gu Fei accepted the letter of challenge and moved into the city, Lord Mansion of Cloudy Heaven City. I didn't expect him to become a great completion quasi-saint. In the guest room of Yuntian City, Gu Fei was surprised. Could it be because of his battle with Zi Yunxiao that Zi Yunxiao had a breakthrough? This seemed to be the only reason. Amethyst Mountain? What kind of place is that? In the letter of challenge, Zi Yunxiao challenged Gu Fei to a battle at Amethyst Mountain. Gu Fei was not familiar with the southern region of Buzhou ancestral planet, so he did not know where Amethyst Mountain was. To the cultivators of the southern region, Amethyst Mountain was a place that everyone knew. It was the tallest mountain in the southern mountain range. This Amethyst Mountain was not simple. Legend has it that before the Purple Cloud sovereign attained Tao, he cultivated in seclusion in Amethyst Mountain. It could be said that the Purple Cloud sovereign came from Amethyst Mountain. Although Amethyst Mountain was not the place where the Purple Cloud sovereign attained Tao enlightenment, it had a special status in the southern region. A great completion quasi-saint. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He really wanted to know how powerful a great completion quasi-saint was. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Zi Yunxiao's challenge. As the most outstanding descendant of the Ziyun clan, Zi Yunxiao had lost to Gu Fei. To him, this was an absolute humiliation, and he wanted to wash away this humiliation. However, what Zi Yunxiao did not know was that Gu Fei did not care about him at all. Up until now, he had only met two existences that could threaten him on Buzhou ancestral planet. Zi Yunxiao was not one of them. Gu Fei, in another 10 days, I will trample you under my feet. Chapter 1956. Zi Yunxiao was indeed the genius of the Ziyun clan. When the news of him becoming a greater completion quasi-saint spread, all the cultivators in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou were shocked. A greater completion quasi-saint was the true #1 expert below the sage level. Those below the sage level were greater completion quasi-saints. Even a superforce like the Ziyun clan did not have many greater completion quasi-saints. A greater completion quasi-saint was the deterrent force of a superforce. Zi Yunxiao had only cultivated for a few years, yet he was already a greater completion quasi-saint. That person called Gu Fei is in trouble. Zi Yunxiao will definitely have to fight that person. I heard that Zi Yunxiao has already sent a letter of challenge to that person. As the largest ancient city in the southern region of the ancestral star of Buzhou, Cloudy City was naturally well informed. The cultivators in the city had already received various rumors. Of course, no one knew how much of this rumor was true. However, the most discussed topic among the cultivators in Cloudy City was Zi Yunxiao and Gu Fei. Zi Yunxiao was once defeated by Gu Fei, so he had to wash away this humiliation. However, Gu Fei was a heaven-defying figure who could trigger the heavenly tribulation of a quasi-saint. Even though Zi Yunxiao had broken through to the greater completion quasi-saint realm, he might not be able to defeat Gu Fei. In the Cloudy City, cultivators could be seen in the bamboo forest pavilion from time to time. There was a spiritual cave underneath this place. Someone had built this place into a place suitable for cultivators to stay. The bamboo forest pavilion was very famous in Cloudy City. After all, there was a spiritual cave here. If one cultivated here, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, not everyone could enter the bamboo forest pavilion. In order to enter, one had to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Moreover, these spirit stones were not ordinary spirit stones, but high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones contained the pure essence of the world, which was most suitable for cultivators to absorb. In order to enter a place like the bamboo forest pavilion that was like a paradise, one had to pay a lot of high-grade spirit stones. Even an ordinary spot in the periphery of the bamboo forest pavilion would cost hundreds of upper-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there was usually no market for it. As for the core area in the depths of the bamboo pavilion, it was even more expensive. There were only 3 spots there, and they were built directly above the spirit cave. This was the best position in the entire bamboo forest. Each of the 3 best cultivation positions required 100 top-quality spirit stones. That was 100 top-quality spirit stones. Moreover, one could only cultivate in that position for 12 hours. Just cultivating for 24 hours would cost 100 top-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a heaven-grade spirit stone. Even the important figures of some big forces would be reluctant to do so. One should know that supreme-grade spirit stones did not contain ordinary worldly essence, but true immortal qi. In the Buzhou homeworld, such supreme-grade spirit stones were also known as immortal crystals. In the entire Cloudy Sky City, there were not many people who could afford to pay 100 immortal crystals. Even if someone could afford it, they would not use it to stay in the bamboo forest pavilion for 24 hours. However, at this moment, 2 of the 3 stone rooms in the center of the bamboo forest that were built from jade were empty, but there was a figure sitting cross-legged in one of them. What kind of spirit cave is this? This level of spiritual qi is not worth 100 immortal crystals. Gu Fei was a little disappointed as he sat in the stone room. The spiritual qi emitted by the spirit cave was very limited. It was not comparable to the divine spring of life in his inner world. He had heard about how magical the spirit cave was, so he came here to experience it. However, he did not expect it to be like this. The spirit cave underground had already been sealed by an array formation. The speed at which the spirit qi emitted from the spirit cave was also controlled by someone. For someone like Gu Fei, if he really cultivated here, the spiritual qi in the spirit cave would be exhausted in just one night. It had to be said that the person who ran the bamboo forest pavilion was definitely a very smart person. This spirit cave must have earned a lot of spiritual stones for the owner. Spiritual stones were a type of cultivation resource. Moreover, it was a non-renewable resource. Once a spiritual stone was used up, there would be no more. Some major forces had their own spiritual stone mines. This was a guarantee that these forces could continue to exist. Apart from spiritual stones, spiritual medicine was also a very important resource in the cultivation world. These two things could directly affect a cultivator's cultivation. It should be known that some rare spiritual medicine could change a cultivator's physique. Gu Fei did not lack spiritual stones or spiritual medicine. If he wanted to build his own force, these two things would come in handy. Gu Fei only stayed in the bamboo forest pavilion for a few hours before leaving. This spirit cave was of no use to him. 10 days later, it would be time for his battle with Zi Yunxiao. However, he did not know that the backer of this bamboo forest pavilion was the Ziyun clan. The news of Gu Fei's appearance in the bamboo forest pavilion quickly reached Zi Yunxiao's ears. However, Gu Fei left after a few hours. Another 10 days, Zi Yunxiao suppressed the urge to fight Gu Fei immediately. He knew that being impulsive would not do him any good. If your heart is not at peace, you will not be invincible. In a courtyard of the Ziyun clan, a middle-aged man in purple robes appeared behind Zi Yunxiao. "Father!" Zi Yunxiao turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in purple robes. He was trying to control his emotions. The light that shot out from his eyes was fading. A strong cultivator must have an invincible heart. Otherwise, even if you fight with Gu Fei again, the result will be the same. The middle-aged man said. Zi Yunxiao was the hope of the Ziyun clan. Zi Yunxiao had only cultivated for a few hundred years, but he had already become a greater saint. As long as he had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to become a saint. To know that Zi Yunxiao had the divine elemental physique. He was born to be a genius in the way of the 5 elements. The appearance of various nature-defying physiques was mostly accidental. Take Zi Yunxiao, for example. His father did not have the divine elemental physique, neither did his mother. However, 2 people who did not have the divine elemental physique gave birth to a divine elemental physique. Only when you believe that you are invincible will you be able to face your opponent calmly. Because in the end, only you will emerge victorious, the middle-aged man continued. An invincible heart. Zi Yunxiao mumbled to himself. He seemed to understand his father's words, but there seemed to be a thin veil in front of him. He felt that he could not grasp or touch it. In these 10 days, think about it,